Using VR chat again for the ambiance.
Hello there.
Hello there, Nox. Hey there, Darkfire. Hi, Move. Tweak the volume a bit, though. How's the audio balance on your guys' side? Right here. Good morning, Nick. Okay. Good morning, Goth. Good morning, Mick. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so is the audio balance okay with the background music? Um, double checking. I'll probably go up to about page 100. That's only it's only that one image you shared with me before. I see there's another image on page 106, but not sure if I'll make it there. Unless I you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, give me that one too. This might be a long. This might be yeah, fuck it. Let's read for a while. Yeah, this is on VR chat. Yeah, of course. There we go. I was gonna be using that one pretty world for the ambiance, and then on a whim checked for any Spice and Wolf worlds and found this one. Which, I mean, given that it's a Spice and Wolf book, it fits. Let me go ahead and do the cliche little tweet to say I'm going live. Kind of funny that I have my entire link memorized. Actually, no. That'll be a better. That'll be a better gift to use for it. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Right here. Perfect. Hey there, Sean. The pretty world I was talking about is the cherry blossoms one. This one. Actually, you know what? I'll leave it to you guys. Do you want the Spice Wolf world, or do you want... Or do you want this one? Because initially this was going to be my background ambiance for reading on here. Because I legitimately have used this world as background for actually reading. Okay. And let's see what you sent me, Hope. Yep, those are the two. Okay. So, let's go back to the other one then. World, Spice and Wolf, new instance. Wait. Not bothering about clearing cache on here because, well, I've only been doing private worlds. So it just helps with loading a couple of these. Let me turn down the volume a little bit though, because this world is a little bit louder. There's that. I do want to get I want to get these two images set up real quick so I know, as courtesy of Hope, we're getting easier access. So I can share the light novel images as they appear in the book. There's not a whole lot of images that appear, but sometimes they add a little bit of context and get better visuals, better feedback. That and, well, I love the fucking artwork. Totally not biased, because Hodo is definitely my bias. Fucking love her character. I mean, fuck, I got a little figurine, or like little figure of her on my desk. Oh, fuck it, you'll see another figure as well. One, cause, well, it's signed. And two, cause there's an actual picture of me in the background if I have it just focused on photo. There we go. Putting it in the pictures on the Discord. That's the border between my desk and Demon's desk. god, that joke again? Okay. Dashboard. Give me heads up when any ads start coming up. Hodo is fucking adorable. Like, ideally, I would love to read this with somebody else and have them do Hodo's voice. But it is what it is. I'll do my best. Yeah, it's like, don't know if you guys can hear that, but it's legitimately the book in my hand right now. Oh. So, here we go. This gives me an excuse to read more. So, I already love the series. I empathize and connect with Lawrence a lot. And just, it gives me a way to read more and also share something I love with everybody else. Sounds good. Take care. Good luck with cooking. The rain was a true downpour. The threatening storm finally caught up with Lawrence and Hodo. But unfortunately, they caught sight of it. But fortunately, they caught sight of the church through their rain-blurred vision and hurried into it. Unlike the monastery, the church survived on tithes from travelers and pilgrims who would stay the night and pray for a safe journey. The Lawrence and Hodo were greeted warmly, without so much as a single fell glance. Nonetheless, a girl with wolf ears and tail would hardly be allowed to walk into a church. Hodo thus covered her head and face in a hood, and they spun the lie that she was Lawrence's wife, whose face was badly burned. He knew Hodo was snickering to herself beneath the veil, but she understood her relationship with the church, so her performance was good enough. Though she had suffered many times at the hands of the church, was surely no lie. Wait. Confusion. What are you talking about, Scorp? Even if she weren't a demon, but an animal incarnation, that was little distinction as far as the church was concerned. To the church, all spirits besides the god it worshipped were anathema, tools of evil. But it was through the gates of the church that the two passed, easily, and rented a room. And when Lawrence returned to the room after attending to his soaked wagon load, he found Hodo, naked to the waist, wringing out her hair. Water fell in great undignified drops from her beautiful brown locks. The floor was already full of holes, so a little bit of water wouldn't hurt. Lawrence was more concerned with the problem of averting his eyes. The cool water soothes my burns, it does, says Hodo, indifferent to Lawrence. Pleased by their lie or otherwise, Hodo smiled, brushing aside the hair that stuck to her face. She swept it up and back in a grand motion. Hyperspeed week. Oh jeez. I mean, oh god, it's probably happening. I already kind of naturally don't have my eyes open very wide normally. And me looking down is probably not helping, so like it's trying to read my face and Oh yeah, no, that's gonna be. Hopefully, that's not too distracting for you guys. I'd never even noticed. Sounds good, Hope. It also probably doesn't help that I actually am holding the book, and sometimes.
Say goodbye to your kneecaps, chucklehead.
Oh fuck you! I need those. No, all good, Scorp. Boldness of the. Pleased by their lie or otherwise, Hodo smiled, brushing aside the hair stuck to her face, and swept it up and back in a grand motion. The boldness of the gesture was undeniably wolf-like, and it was not hard to see the wet hair, disarrayed as it was, resembled the stiff fur of a wolf. The furs will be all right, surely. There were good marten skins, and martens live in the mountains. Mountains where my kind live as well. Will they sell high? I hardly know. I'm no fur merchant, am I? Lawrence nodded at the entirely reasonable answer, then began to disrobe and dry his own clothes. Oh, that's right, he said, remembering. What shall we do with the wheat sheaf? He finished wringing out his shirt and was about to do the same with his trousers when he remembered Hodo's presence. He looked at her and discovered that she was now quite naked and wringing out her own clothes, free of water. Feeling somehow vexed, he ventured to strip nude and do the same. What do you mean, what? I mean, shall we thresh it, or shall we leave it as is? Assuming the talk of you residing in the wheat is true, that is. I'm glad it's okay to you, Nox. I'm gonna try doing this. I'm gonna aim for most every Sunday. And this will kind of be like a little bonus stream just in case I do end up streaming a Sunday night. This will be independent of that stream. Thank you for the hydrate. Lawrence was teasing Hodo, but she only cracked a slight smile. As long as I live, the wheat will neither rot nor wither. But should it be burned, eaten, or ground into the soil, I will likely disappear. If it's in the way, you could thresh it and keep it safe somewhere. That might be better. I see. I'll thresh it and put the grains in a pouch then. You should hold it, right? 'Twould be a boon. Still better to hang it round my neck, Hodo said. Forgetting himself for a moment, Lawrence glanced at Hodo's necklet, but hastily looked away. I'd hoped to sell some of it elsewhere, though. Could we set aside a bit for sale? Lawrence asked after he calmed himself. He heard a rustling and turned to see that it was Hodo's tail, waving wildly. The tail's fur was very fine, and shed water readily. But Lawrence frowned as his face was dampened by the flying drops. But Hodo seemed not the least bit contrite. Most of the crops grew well because of the region. They'll soon wither. That's the point. No use taking them elsewhere. let's see. Hodo looked thoughtfully at the clothes she'd finished wringing out, but as she had nothing else to change into, she put the wrinkled items back on. Since they weren't cheap like what Lawrence wore, they shed water well. Lawrence thought the situation rather unreasonable, but said nothing and changed back into his own damp, wrinkled clothes, and then nodded to Hodo. Let's go dry ourselves in the great room. With this rain, there should be plenty of other people gathering around the furnace. Good idea, that, said Hodo, covering her head with a thin cloak. Once covered, she giggled. What's so funny? I would never have thought to cover my face because of burns. Oh, what would you have done? The burns would become part of me, just like my ears or tail, proof of my uniqueness. Lawrence was somewhat impressed with her statement. Nonetheless, he wondered uncharitably if she felt the same way if she were actually injured. Hodo interrupted his reverie. I know what you're thinking, she said. Underneath the cloak, she smiled mischievously. The right corner of her mouth curled up in a smirk, showing a sharp fang. Want to injure me and see for yourself? Lawrence was not entirely disinclined to respond to her provocation, but he decided if he actually reacted and drew his dagger, things could really get out of hand. It was possible she meant it. More likely, though, it was just a mischief-loving nature. I'm a man. I could never injure such a beautiful face. Hearing him say so, Hodo smiled, as if receiving a long-anticipated gift, and drew playfully near to him. A sweet scent swirled vaguely around him, rousing Lawrence's body. Completely indifferent to his reaction, she sniffed him, then drew slightly back. You may have been caught in the rain, but you still smell foul. A wolf can tell these things. Why, you... Lawrence threw a half-serious punch, but Hodo moved adroitly aside, and he hit only hair. She laughed, cocking her head and continuing. Even a wolf knows to keep its coat clean. You're a good man, aye. But you need to keep neat. He didn't know whether she was joking or not, but hearing it from a girl like Hodo made it impossible to deny. For as long as he could remember, Lawrence maintained his appearance only insofar as it helped his professional negotiation, with no thought given to whether it would appeal to a woman. Had his negotiation partner been a woman, he might have taken the trouble, but unfortunately, he had not once met a female merchant. He didn't know how to answer, so he simply turned around and fell silent. The beard, though, is quite nice. The medium-length beard that grew from Lawrence's chin had always been well received. Lawrence accepted the compliment gracefully, and turning back to face her, somewhat proudly. I dare say, I prefer a bit longer, though. Long beards were not popular among merchants. The thought automatically occurred to Lawrence, but Hodo drew a line from her nose across her cheeks with her index finger, continuing her jape. Like a wolf. Lawrence was now finally aware that he had been made sport of. He ignored her and walked toward the room's door, even as he felt childish for doing so. Hodo giggled and followed. Truthfully, he was not actually angry with her. There will be many people around the furnace. Best not let anything slip. I am Hodo the Wise Wolf. Long ago I traveled clear to Pazlo in human form. Worry not. The The churches and inns far from cities were important sources of information to a merchant. Churches in particular attracted all kinds of people. An inn might house poor travelers and grizzled merchants, but churches were different. One might find anyone from master brewers to wealthy nobles in a church. The church Lawrence and Horo had stopped in housed 12 guests. A few looked to be merchants, and others were of various professions. Aha, you're here from Yorens, then. Yes, I delivered salt from there to my customer and got marten furs in trade. Most of the guests sat on the floor in the main hall, taking their meals, picking fleas from their clothing. One couple monopolized the bench in front of the furnace. Despite being a great hall, it was not particularly spacious. So, no matter where one was in the crowded room, the generously stoked fireplace would dry one's clothes. The couple's clothes did not appear wet, so Lawrence imagined they were probably wealthy, and having made generous donations to church, they could be here as they pleased. Lawrence was not wrong. He pricked up his ears to listen for a point in the couple's conversation where he could enter and waited for his chance. The wife had gone silent, possibly due because of the exhausting journey, and her middle-aged husband welcomed conversation. Still, going all the way back to Yorens, isn't that rather arduous? That depends on how canny the merchant. Oh, interesting. When I bought the salt in Yorens, I paid no money. Rather, I'd already sold a measure of wheat to a different branch of the same company in another city. But when I sold the wheat, I took no payment. Neither did I pay for the salt, so I completed 2 separate deals with no money exchanged. You have to pay for your Audible now? Nah, you don't have to pay for Audible. I'm not sponsored. I'm just reading this because I love the story. When I take my first breather, I'll take some pictures of various figurines I have around my room because, yeah, why not? The system of barter had been invented by a mercantile nation in the south about a century earlier. When Lawrence's master had explained it to him, he agonized over the concept for 2 weeks before finally understanding. The man in front of him had apparently never heard of it himself, and appeared similarly unable to grasp it, hearing the explanation but once. I see. What a strange contrivance, he said, nodding. I live in the city of Perenso, and my vineyard had never employed such a method when selling our grapes. Will we be all right? This barter system was invented by merchants who needed a convenient way to deal with people from many different lands. As the owner of a vineyard, you need to be careful not let Vinters? You need to be careful not to let vinters claim your grapes to be poor and buy them cheaply. Yes, we have such arguments every year, said the man with a smile. But to the accountants he employed, the red-faced arguments he'd had with sly vinters were no laughing matter. Most vineyard owners were noble, but almost none of them took a personal hand in the farming or sale of a product. Count Arendot, who managed the region surrounding Pazlo, was highly eccentric in this regard. Lawrence, was it? Next time you're in Perenso, come by for a visit. I shall, thank you. As was common among the nobility, the man did not give his own name, assuming his name would already be known. It was seen as plebeian to give one's own name. Undoubtedly, if Lawrence were to visit Parenzo and ask after the master of the vineyard, it would be this man. Had this been Parenzo, though, a man of Lawrence's stature would find it practically impossible to simply arrange an audience with him. Churches were therefore the best place to establish such connections. Well then, as my wife appears tired, I shall take my leave of you. May God allow us to meet again, said Lawrence. It was a standard phrase within the church. The man rose from his chair along with his wife, gave a polite nod before leaving the hall. Lawrence, too, vacated his chair. Vacated the chair the man had requested that he bring over from the corner of the room. He then returned the chairs the couple had occupied to the corner. The only people who sat on chairs in the great hall were nobility, knights, and the wealthy. Most people disliked all three. You're not a man to be trifled with, master. Once Lawrence had cleared the chairs and returned to Hodo's side in the middle of the hall, a man had approached them. Given his dress and effect, he too was a merchant. His bearded face looked young. He'd probably not been working on his own for very long. I'm merely a traveling merchant like any other, said Lawrence, shortly. Beside him, Hodo straightened. The hood over her head shifted slightly. Only Lawrence would know that it was her ears pricking. Far from it, master. I've been wanting to speak with him for some time, but couldn't find the opportunity. Yet you slipped right in. Thinking that it's traitors like you that I'll be going up against in the future, why, it's hard not to despair. The man grinned as he spoke, revealing a smile that lacked one front tooth, giving it a certain charm. Perhaps he pulled the tooth on purpose to lend his foolish smile persuasion. As a merchant, he'd know how to use his appearance to best effect. Lawrence realized he'd better not be careless. Nevertheless, he himself had struck up conversations just like this one had when he was starting out. So he held a spark of empathy for the man. That's nothing. When I was starting out, all the established merchants seemed like monsters to me. Half of them still do. But I'm still eating. You just have to keep at it. It's a relief to hear you say so, sir. Oh, by the way, I'm Zarin. And you probably figured it out, but I'm just starting out as a merchant. I'm begging your indulgence, sir. I'm Lawrence. Lawrence remembered that he himself had just started out. When he himself had just started out, he'd also tried to strike up conversations like this one and gotten frustrated by the cold responses. Now, on the receiving end of a solicitous young merchant's conversation, he understood those cold responses. A young merchant just starting out had nothing to share and could only receive. It was So then, is this your companion? It was unclear whether Zarin broached the subject because he had truly nothing to share, or if he committed the common beginner's mistake of trying to gain without offering anything in return. If this had been a conversation between veterans, they would have already traded information on 2 or 3 locations by this point. My wife, Horo. For a moment, Lawrence hesitated, wondering if he should use a false name, but ultimately, there was no need. Horo bowed slightly in greeting as her name was mentioned. Ah, a wife and a merchant, both? She is an eccentric and prefers the wagon to a village home. Still, covering your wife in a cloak this way, she must be very precious to you. Lawrence had some grudging respect for the man's charisma. Perhaps he had been the town's rogue. For his part, Lawrence had been taught by his relatives it is best not to say such things. But it's a man's instinct to want to see hidden things. God has led us together here. Surely you could let me have a look at her. What shamelessness, thought Lawrence, in spite of his knowledge that Hodo was not actually his wife. But before Lawrence could take the man to task, Hodo spoke. The traveler is happiest before the journey. The dog's bark fiercer than the dog itself, and the woman most beautiful from behind. To show my face in public would dash many dreams, and thus 'tis something I cannot do, she said, smiling softly underneath the veil. Zarin could only grin, chastened. Even Lawrence was impressed with her lilting eloquence. Your wife is something else, master. It's all I can do to avoid being henpecked. Lawrence was more than half serious. Yes, well, it's certainly providential that I have met both of you. Could you spare a moment to hear my tale? Said Zarin. Silence descended as he flashed his grin that was one tooth short and moved closer to the pair. Okay. I see the ad is about to start, and let's take a break until the ad passes. Taking pictures of various figures I have around my room.
Hello there.
Hello there, Omniwolf. And come in for the daily boot poke.
She lights in the silence. She grabbed my hand.
Okay, I gotta get a good angle for this one because I don't want to expose a picture with my actual face in it. One second. Or I could just be blocked. No, you don't need to sub. Don't need to. Okay, so there's gonna be a lot of pictures. I just kind of, yes, it might be true, but you don't need to sub. I don't want to hold this shit. I don't want to hold that hostage. Okay, so these first pictures are my setup. So there's 6 pictures being uploaded.
I know
There we go. And there's 11 pictures in total. There you go. What's up? Oh fuck, I actually forgot about one. Well, it's not properly being displayed right now. Let me go ahead and set up the pillar real quick.
She grabbed my hand, asked me what I think about loves lie deep in our woods.
Oh no. Let's hold this up in a better way. Better angle. And not get my fucking... Oh, damn it. Oh, actually, you know what? I forgot one of hers. Such a cool piece of art I got for the holidays for. Okay. So the little pillow I'm sharing, I actually got that signed by Shidomile, the voice actress for Makoto. Little hugging pillow. The other, I only displayed that one side because, well, that's the side that was signed, and plus the other side is her in a fucking bikini, so I don't even. Yeah. Yeah, I don't care about the other side. And that last picture, I was not aware that art is not on paper, it's on glass. So we had to be very careful putting that into the frame. Although it explains why it was so fucking expensive when I got it for her. She liked Todoroki, and that is who signed it. But fuck. It's cool. It looks better than I thought it was going to. But man, I was not expecting it to be made out of glass. I thought it was like some special printing method. I was right, but fuck. Okay. But that break took a little longer than expected. There's more things I have on display here. It's just it will take a bit to pull them out or otherwise showcase. Why is that falling down? Fucking hell, let me fix how this is propped up. Oh, but I have it sitting unmoved. Nina, back. There you go. And away we go. We shall continue. Unlike typical inns, churches only provided lodging, not food. However, the hearth could be used for cooking, provided one gave the proper donation. Figurines, but in the back of my head, I get my mom's voice always. Oh, jeez. Yeah, my stuff collects dust. I don't care for my stuff as well as Demon does. But at the same time, it adds a lot of character. And, well, yes, a lot of it could very well be explained as wasting money. But at the same time, it helps you enjoy the space that you're residing in. It makes it more you. You get to showcase things that you love to other people who happen to see it in a manner that you don't have to explain what you love. You can show what you love. The show, not tell.
She grabbed my hand, asked me what I think about. But you know what? You know.
Provided one gave the... I suppose. Yeah, it's like, definitely though, you need... Like, it doesn't even have to be much. Like, if you want to have, like, a little budget for it, like, set aside, like, $5 or something every couple of weeks, or every week, or whatever the fuck, and, like, that's your fun budget. That's... That's a budget of, I can spend this without ever feeling bad. Provided one gave a proper donation. Lawrence did so and placed 5 potatoes in a pot to boil. Naturally, the firewood for cooking had to be purchased as well. It would take time for the water to boil, so Lawrence threshed the wheat that housed Hodo and found an unused leather pouch to keep it in. Remembering that she'd said that she'd wanted to keep it around her neck, Lawrence took the leather strap and attended to the hearth. Although the potatoes, firewood, pouch, and strap came to a significant cost, so he mused over how to charge her as he brought the potatoes back to the room. Because his hands were full, Lawrence couldn't knock on the door. But Hodo's sensitive wolf ears could identify his footfalls. When he had entered the room, however, her back was turned to him as she sat on the bed, combing her tail fur. Something smells good, she said, raising her head. Evidently, her nose was as sensitive as her ears. The potatoes were topped with goat cheese. Lawrence would never have indulged in such a luxury had he been alone. But now that he was in a party of 2, he decided to be generous. Hodo's happy reaction made it entirely worthwhile. Lawrence set the potatoes on the table beside the bed, and Hodo immediately reached out to help herself. Just before she could grab a potato, Lawrence tossed a pouch full of wheat to her. Oh, what? Oh, the wheat. Oh god, I just saw that Starry replied. Which actually brings to another point. Yeah, Nox, a lot of this, it's a lot, but at the same time, I've been like slowly gathering things pretty much over the last over 10 years. So while it is like, if I was to get everything now, that'd be a pretty significant fucking cost. It was really spread out. And a lot of the things I did buy in bulk, they were because I was at a convention and I already had a budget set aside for shit to buy for myself. Hey, I'm at this big fucking convention that happens once a year. Here's my splurge budget. And yes, the splurge budget was used. That's why there's so much artwork on the wall. I love supporting artists. I always spent all the fucking wolf why? Pain in my fucking ass. I spent so much time at Artist Alley. Like the one of the pictures you see, like there's this little the Triforce and the rupees hanging next to the window. That was purchased from, I don't remember her name. I don't remember if she ever gave it to me. But I specifically sought her out because she kept me company while we were waiting in line to get something signed by. That day was Shermile. And she mentioned that she was somebody who was selling stuff and had a booth in the table, so I had to go seek her out. Why am I still getting bonked? What? Or was that just a hell of a delay? Bloody hell. Yeah, no, it's like I got signatures from her on 2 items. And I also got a little journal that was painted by an artist of Black Butler. And so the inside cover is signed by the voice actor. I think it was J. Michael Tatum. Hey Nox, let's just hang out and go to a convention at some point. That'd be fun. And continue. And here's a strap, so you can work out a way to hang it around your neck. My thanks, but this takes precedence, she said, tossing the wheat aside with surprising nonchalance, then licking her lips and reaching for a potato. Apparently eating was a priority for Horo. Once she had a potato in hand, she immediately broke it in half. Her face glowed with the delight as the steam rose from the food, her tail wagging back and forth as she looked undeniably canine. But Lawrence was sure that if he pointed that out, she'd be irritated, so he said nothing. So wolves find potatoes delicious, do they? Aye. It's not as though we wolves eat meat year-round. We eat tender buds from trees. We eat fish. and the crops that humans raise are better still than tree buds. Also, I rather like that the humans' habit of putting meat and vegetables to a fire. It is said that a cat's tongue cannot stand hot food, but wolves do not appear to have that problem. Hodo held half the potato in her hand and popped the entire piece into her mouth at once, after blowing on it 2 or 3 times. Lawrence felt that she'd bitten off more than she could chew, and indeed, as soon as she appeared to choke, Lawrence tossed her a water skin, and with it, Hodo managed to get the potato down. Oof. Rather surprising that. Human throats are so narrow. It's rather inconvenient. Wolves swallow things whole, right? Well, we lack this, so that we cannot chew at our leisure. Hodo pulled at the edge of her lips. Presumably, she was talking about her cheeks. But I've choked on potatoes in the past, it's true. Oh? I suppose potatoes and I are ill-fated. Lawrence resisted telling her that it was her gluttony that boded ill, not potatoes. Earlier, he began instead. You said something about being able to tell when someone is lying. Upon hearing the question, Hodo turned to face him mid-bite, but suddenly looked aside and moved her hand. Before Lawrence could ask what was wrong, her hand stopped, frozen in midair, as if she'd grabbed something. There are still fleas. It's that nice fur of yours. I bet it's a lovely bed for them. Transporting fur or woven goods often involves smoking the fleas out of them. Depending on the season, Lawrence spoke from experience. But Hodo seemed quite shocked, even thrust out her chest as she spoke proudly. Well, it's a credit to your eye for quality that you can tell as much, she said haughtily. Lawrence decided to keep his thoughts to himself. So, is it true that you can tell truth from lies? More or less, wiping off the hand that had grabbed the flea. Hodo turned her attention back to the potato. So, how good are you at it? Well, I know that what you just said about my tail was not meant as praise. Lawrence, stunned, said nothing. Hodo giggled happily. It's not perfect, though. You may believe me or not, as you wish, said Hodo impishly, licking cheese from her fingers. She'd gotten the better of him again, but if he were to react, that would only give her another opportunity. Lawrence composed himself and tried again. So, let me ask you this. Was the lad's story true? The lad? The one who spoke to us by the furnace. Oh, lad, you say? Is something funny. From where I stand, you're both but lads. If he tried to come back, she'd only toy with him more. So Lawrence stifled the reply that rose within him. I dare say you're a bit more grown than he, though. As for your lad, it seems to me he is lying. Lawrence calmed himself. This confirmed his suspicions. During their conversation in the hall, the young merchant Zarin had spoken to Lawrence about an opportunity for profit. There was a certain silver coin in circulation that was due to be replaced by a coin with a higher concentration of silver. If the story was true, the old silver coins were poorer quality than their replacements, but their face value would be the same. However, when being exchanged for other currencies, the new silver coins would be worth more than the old. If one knew in advance which coin was due to be replaced, one could buy them up in bulk, then exchange them for the new coins, thus realizing the amount to pure profit. Zarin claimed to know which coin among all those circulating in the world would be replaced, and then would share the information in exchange for a piece of the profit. Since Zarin would certainly have made the same offer to other merchants, Lawrence could not simply swallow the story whole. Hodo stared into space as if thinking back on the conversation, and popped a piece of potato in her mouth, and swallowed it. I don't know which part is a lie, though, nor do I understand the finer points of the conversation. Lawrence nodded and considered. He had not actually expected that much from Hodo. Assuming that the transaction itself wasn't a lie, Zarin must be lying about the coin somehow. Well, currency speculation isn't rare in and of itself, still... You don't understand why he's lying, no? Hodo plucked a bud from the surface of the potato and ate the rest. Lawrence sighed. He had to admit that she had long since gotten control of him. When someone's lying, what's important is not the content of the lie, but the reasoning behind it, she said. How many years do you think it took me to understand that? Oh? You may have called that Zarin person a lad, but you're both the same to me, said Hodo proudly. Hello, butterfly. In times like these, Lawrence wished Hodo did not look so frustratingly human. To think that the youthful Holo had long understood the principles that he had suffered so much to grasp was too much for him to take. If I were not here, what would you do? Asked Hodo. First, I'd work out whether the story was true or not. Then I'd pretend to believe his story. And why is that? If it's true, I can turn a profit just by going along with it. If it's a lie, then someone somewhere is up to something. But I can still come out ahead if I keep my eyes and ears open. And given that I am here, I've told you that he's lying. Then... Lawrence finally realized what had been eluding him. Ah. See, there was nothing over which to agonize so. Either way, you'll be pretending to accept his proposal, said Hodo, grinning that Lawrence had no retort. I'll be taking that last potato, said Hodo, snatching the potato from the table. For his part, Lawrence was too abashed to even split the potato he held in his hand. I am Hodo the Wise Wolf. How many times longer do you think I have lived than you? Lawrence's mood only worsened with her concern for his feelings. He took a vindictive bite out of his potato. He felt like an apprentice traveling with his teacher all over again. The next day was beautiful with clear autumn skies. The church awoke still earlier than the merchants, so by the time Lawrence rose, the morning routine was already finished. Lawrence anticipated this and was unsurprised. When he went out to the well to wash his face, he was shocked to see Hodo walking out of the worship hall with the members of the church. She had her head bowed and was wearing her cloak. But even so, she stopped frequently to chat pleasantly with the churchgoers. The sight of the devout chatting with the god of the harvest, whose existence they refused to acknowledge, was amusing, though Lawrence lacked the nerve to find it so. Hodo took her leave from the congregation and quietly approached the dumbfounded Lawrence. She clasped her small hands together in front of her chest and spoke. Lord, grant my husband courage. The well water was chilly due to the approaching winter. Lawrence poured it over in his head anyway, and pretended not to hear Hodo's laughter. It's gotten a bit more important, the church has. Lawrence shook his head to cleared out of water, just as Hodo had done with her tail the previous day. The church has always been important. Hardly. It was not so when I came through from the north. They'd always be going on and on about how the one true God and his 12 angels created the world, and how humanity was but borrowing it. Nature is not something created, though. Even then, I thought to myself, when did these people learn to tell such jokes? The centuries-old harvest god was talking like a natural philosopher criticizing the church, which made it all the more amusing. Lawrence dried and dressed. He wouldn't forget to leave a coin in the tithe box that was prepared there. One was expected to leave money in the box if one used it well, and the people of the church would be checking. Anyone who failed to leave a donation would have unlucky things said about them. The constantly traveling Lawrence needed all the luck he could get. Nonetheless, what he tossed in the box was a worn, blackened copper coin that could barely be counted as money. I suppose it was a sign of the times then. Much has changed. Presumably, she referred to her homeland, given the desolate expression on her face. Have you yourself changed? Asked Lawrence. Hodo shook her head wordlessly. It was somehow a very childish gesture. Then, I'm sure your homeland hasn't changed either. Despite his youth, Lawrence had endured much. He'd been to many nations, met many people, gained a wide variety of experiences, so he felt qualified to say as much. All traveling merchants, even those who'd run away from their homes, couldn't help holding their homeland dear, since when in a foreign land, one could only trust one's own countrymen. Hodo nodded, her face emerging slightly from underneath the cloak. 'Twould be a disgrace to the name Wise Wolf to be comforted by you, though, she said with a smile, turning and heading back to their room. She gave him a sidelong glance that could have been interpreted as gratitude. As long as her attitude was that of a very sly, very old person, Lawrence could cope. It was her childish side that he found difficult. Lawrence was 25. If he'd lived in a town, he'd be married and taking his wife and children to the church. His life was half over, and Hodo's childish demeanor penetrated his lonely heart. Hey, what keeps you? Hody! Shouted Hodo, looking over her shoulder at him. It'd been a mere 2 days since Lawrence had met Hodo, but it felt like much longer. I mean, they only met each other just recently, as that last line said, waiting for the ads to pass. So, got a couple minutes we can chat. So, Nox, what are you cooking? Meatloaf and mushroom gravy. Ooh, that sounds good. Let's see. Lots of characters know each other long. Nope. Nope. She had. He himself has been an apprentice merchant since he was 12. He struck it off on his own when he was 18. So he's been a traveling merchant solo for 7 years. He's frequently been traveling around, and he has gone to the village that she resided in for quite some time. Although, to him, it was always just a story. Until 2 nights prior, he ran into her himself. Chili! I literally just replied to your tweet, Chili. Yeah. Such a shame that they're too stupid and didn't accept you, but you're fucking awesome, and I know you'll get this. You'll absolutely hit the partner this year. And happy to be here with you every step of the way. That's kind of what I saw, so like it didn't catch me off guard that you got rejected. In part, I think it caught me off guard with how quickly it happened. But even still, I know you got this. Oh fuck. I'd have to download the VOD because I'm not actually recording. I'm just streaming. I'd have to see about downloading the VOD, but starting next time I do this, I could definitely go to actually record this. See, I am bad content creator. Chili, I only finally made my own TikTok like 2 weeks ago. And I'm literally only just posting, nope. See? I don't even have that link set up. God damn it. Here. Actually, you know what? Let's take a little bit of time and do this. Let's find all of my links real quick and create all of those fucking... Do I have... Nightbot? Let's create all of those commands. I still love this command though. Okay. Do I have Okay, so I have my Twitter linked. I don't have my YouTube linked or my TikTok linked. YouTube our channel. Add command. TikTok. Let's see. How do I get the link for my TikTok? The stinkiest. You are not stinky. You are amazing. And I will never say anything wrong like that. The funny part is I don't even fucking, like... Actually... There we go. Just followed you. But I need to find... how I can... Oh shit, I'm up to 14 followers. Okay. Cool.
She grabbed my hand, asked me what I think about
I don't want the QR code. Give me the link.
you know.
Can I get the link, please? Okay, let me just be that cheeky bastard. Actually, hey, Chili, do you got a way to, like... Trying to find out how to get my own TikTok link so I could share it. And stop being bad. Oh, fuck you. I don't want to fucking... Oh, fuck you. I don't want that to be played here. Oh, no, I'm... Oh, that's right. That's what I do. That's what I did with this. Go here. Bingo. Got it. No, I'm good. I figured it out. Wahahaha. There you go. I was looking at my phone trying to find the URL. That was the issue. There you go. Now. There you go. I'm literally only posting unedited clips that have been taken. And one script read. I'm curious if the other script reads I've done may be able to be posted on TikTok. Or would they be a little too sus? Too spicy. Need to go punch a wall. Oh, why is that optimal? Those would be too spicy for TikTok. Would those get me banned? Or suppressed? I found out a new Digimon reboot dub has recast the entire... Chili, my goal is to upload one clip per day. That's my goal. I forgot Friday. No, I forgot Saturday because of Friday. And so I uploaded 2 last night. But, I mean, I have decent reach, it seems. And, well, if it helps me, it helps me. By that, then I got late. I have a lot of clips. Unfortunately, a few of them are quite sus. So I'm asking for permission from a couple of people. Hey, are you okay if I share this eventually? But yeah, you'd be interested to know Shedemi Leia is going. Oh, yeah, I would be interested. Love her voice. She is such a good fucking voice actress. I don't think she's voiced a single character I don't like. So that begs the question, do I like the characters because she's a voice, or do I like the voice because I like the characters? No. Joke question. I like the characters first and then her voice. Like, independently, Makoto is already best girl. It's just her being the voice of Makoto makes her better. Like Shakungan no Shana. Somebody that I guarantee Chili here knows. I love Shauna as a character. I love her personality. She is so amazing. I've literally seen all of it. I think they did not localize all of the manga, so I could not get all of the manga. But I have the first 6 books. But when they recast for season 2, she is the voice of Shauna. And I already independently loved Shauna. It just was really funny to me when I started looking at who is the voice of who, and realizing, hey, I love this character. I wonder what other voices she's done. Oh, I love that character, and that character, and that... Oh, no. Also, Chili, random idea that I had. How much did it take to create the little text-to-speech thing that you got? And could you possibly put me in touch with Eddie yourself? Okay. A random idea I had was having 2 redeems of making Milo or Fauci say something. I was wondering if you'd be able to help me with that. I'm sure that it will be chaotic. I'm really sure it would be. I could only imagine. I could only imagine what chat would do with those two. I would just definitely need a way to mute them very quickly, just in case.
She lights in the silence.
Hotkey for mute. Okay, good. And I have a stream deck, so I have very quick access to hotkeys. That'll get so abused. Oh, I know it will, Nox. But that'll give you guys more things to do. Some probably interesting quotes as well. Quotes and clips. Which is all the better for streaming. But yeah, no, Chili. Like, if you're able to do that, just like literally just tell me a price and I'll happily pay you for that. Because you're fucking awesome and did Bacchus pet? Oh, she has one? Like, I usually only lurk her and, like, get the daily bite. I didn't see if she had... Because I always lurk multiple people. Didn't actually look. Oh, speaking of lurking people, I need you and you. Let's have 3 people being lurked right now. Yeah, no, Nox. Chili is fucking amazing. She's one of the... Chili, I think you were one of the first people I befriended because of a raid. And that was... I think I've been following you since... Oh god, what Twitch say? Like the very beginning of December 2021. So shit, I've known you a year and a half almost? And like seeing your growth throughout that time. Like, you're doing fucking amazing, Chili. I love seeing your growth, and I know you're gonna hit partner this year. You got this. Yeah, back when I had... Oh god, I had just hit affiliate. Because, shit, that was like not even 2 weeks after I hit affiliate. Absolutely. I will happily join a group that you start. I'll do my best to represent your brand.
She lights in the silence.
Omniwolf.
She grabbed my hand, asked me what I think.
Damn it, I knew that was coming. Oh, and because I bought so much more... Also, random thing. Because I bought so much more Bean Boozled than actually were needed last for the 24-hour stream. Until they are gone, I will just treat, every 100 bits Bean Boozled. Why? Yep, pretty much. I'm not going to be like a friend of mine who has $20 per bean. Peach or barf? Peach or barf?
She grabbed my hand, asked me what I think about, but you know
I just took a drink of Dr. Pepper, so I'm having trouble trying to taste it. Oh, tastes like peach. Lawrence decided to accept Bean Boozled infused. Oh.
I see.
The worst case. The worst part about that is I literally have vodka in the fridge behind me. I don't think that would be very good. Okay. To start back up on the reading. Lawrence decided to accept Zaren's offer. However, Zaren could not simply rely on Lawrence's word and hand over the information. Neither could Lawrence afford to pay up front. He would have to sell his furs first. Thus, the two men decided to meet in the riverside city of Pazio and sign a formal contract before a public witness. Well then, I'll be on my way. When you arrive in Pazio, find a tavern called Jorund. You'll be able to contact me there. Sounds good, Nox. See you soon. Jorund, is it? Very well. Zaren smiled his charming smile again, and as he took his leave, hefting his burlap sack of dried fruit over his shoulder as he walked on. Besides actual trading, the most important task that faced the young merchant was exploring the many regions, becoming familiar with the locals and their goods, and making sure his face was remembered. To accomplish this, it was best to carry something well preserved that could be sold at churches or inns and used as an excuse for conversation, like dried fruit or meat. Lawrence watched Zaren, feeling a certain nostalgia for the time before he had acquired his wagon. Are we not going with him? Hodo asked as Zaren's form disappeared into the distance. Having checked to see that there was no one around to see her, she was grooming her fur tail. Possibly because she had to cover her ears with a cloak, she did not bother combing her fall of chestnut hair, merely tying it back with length of hempen rope. Lawrence felt that she could at least comb it. But he had no comb to offer. He resolved to acquire a comb and hat when arrived in Pazio. Can't be any worse than having. Oh, why do people do that? It rained all day yesterday, so he'll make it better time on foot than we can on the wagon. There's no need for him to slow down on our account. True, merchants are always on about time. And time is money. Oh, an interesting saying. Time is money, is it? As long as we have time, we can make money. 'Tis true, though it's not how I think, said Hodo, casting a glance to her tail. Her magnificent tail was long enough to hang past the back of her knees. The abundant fur would probably fetch a good price if shorn and sold. I imagine the farmers you watch over for many centuries were mindful of time. As soon as Lawrence said it, he realized he probably shouldn't have. Hodo glanced at him as if to say, "I'll let you have that one," smiling impishly. At what have you been looking? The farmers care nary a whit for time. It's the air they're mindful of. I don't follow you. They wake in the dawn air. They work the farm in the morning air. Pull the weeds in the afternoon air. Twist rope in the rainy air. They worry over their crops in the windy air. Watch them grow in the summer air. Celebrate the harvest in the autumn air. And in the winter air they wait for spring. They care not of time, like me. They note only the air. Lawrence couldn't say that he understood all of what Hodo said, but there were parts he followed. He nodded, impressed, which seemed to satisfy Hodo. She puffed up her chest and sniffed proudly. The self-proclaimed wise wolf evidently did not feel the slightest need for humility. Just then, a person who seemed to be another traveling merchant came across the road. Though Hodo's ears were hidden by the cloak, her tail was in plain view. The passerby stared at Hodo's tail, although he didn't speak. In all likelihood, he didn't realize it was a tail, Lawrence imagined. That if it were him, he'd wonder what kind of fur it was and how much it was worth. Still, when it came to keeping a straight face, that was a separate matter entirely. You're quick enough, but you lack experience. Having finished her grooming, Hodo tucked her tail back underneath her skirt and spoke. The face underneath the cloak was that of a girl barely in her mid-teens, which showed occasional glimpses of someone much younger. Yet her words had the air of someone much older. Still, one seems to grow wiser with age. How many hundreds of years do you think it'll take? Lawrence headed off her attempt to tease him. Surprised, she laughed loudly. You are rather quick, aren't you? Perhaps you're just old and slow. Do you know why we wolves attack people in the mountains? Lawrence was unable to keep up with Hodo's sudden segue, so he could only answer with a confused no. It is because we wish to eat human brains and gain their knowledge. Hodo grinned, baring her fangs. Even if she was joking, Lawrence shivered unconsciously, his breath catching. A few seconds passed. He realized he'd lost. You are still a pup, hardly a match for me. Hodo sighed. Lawrence gripped the reins tightly and stifled a frustrated expression. Still, have you ever been attacked by wolves in the mountains? A rather strange feeling being asked such a question by a girl with ears, fangs, and a tail. He was having a conversation with a wolf, the same wolf whose presence in the mountains he feared. I have, perhaps, 8 times? They're quite difficult to handle, are they not? They are. Wild dogs I can handle, but wolves are a problem. That's because they want to eat lots of humans to get their... I'm sorry, alright, so stop. The third time Lawrence had been set upon by wolves, he was part of a caravan. Two of the men in the caravan had been unable to clear the mountains. Their cries echoed in Lawrence's ears even now. His face was expressionless. Oh. Apparently the perceptive wise wolf had figured it out. I am sorry, said a contrite Holo, slumping, almost shrinking. Lawrence had been attacked by wolves many times. With the memories of the encounter swirling in his head, he was in no mood to answer. Splish, sploosh, went the horse's hooves in the muddy road. Are you angry? Such a crafty wolf, she must have known that if she asked like that, he'd be unable to truthfully answer that he was angry. So he answered, Yes, I am angry. Horo looked up at Lawrence in silence. When he looked back at her out of the corner of his eye, he saw her pouting. It was charming enough that he almost forgave her. I am angry. No more jokes like that. He finally turned to her and said. Horo nodded resolutely and looked ahead. She now seemed quite meek. After a period of silence, she spoke again. Wolves live only in the mountains, but dogs have lived with humans. That's why wolves make tougher opponents. He probably should have ignored her. Doing that would make the later conversation difficult. He turned slightly in her direction and gave a sign that he was listening. Wolves only know that they are hunted by humans, so that they are terrifying creatures. So we are always thinking about what to do when they enter our forest. Horo stared straight ahead as she spoke, as serious as Lawrence had ever seen her. But he didn't think that she'd make the story up. He nodded slowly. But there was something in her vagueness that worried him. Did you ever... But Horo stopped him before he could continue. There are some things I simply cannot answer. Oh. Lawrence chided himself, sort of speaking without thinking ahead. I'm sorry. Horo then smiled. Now we're even. A 25-year-old was not, it seemed, a match for a wise wolf. There was no further conversation, but neither was there any bad air between the two. The horse plodded along. As soon as the day had passed and night fell, a merchant never continued his travels after dark when it had rained. If the wagon became stuck in the mud, 7 times out of 10, it meant the goods would have to be abandoned. To turn a steady profit as a traveling merchant, one had to minimize losses, and the road was full of dangers. Horo suddenly spoke. Nestled in the fur beneath the sky, he'd promised it would be clear the next day. The worlds we live in, you and I, are very different. Okay. That is the end of chapter 2. We'll take a little break because it looks like ad is about to start again. So, how's everybody doing today? that. Actually, let's get a little bit of head start in the next one. I'm gonna go ahead and manually play a long ad. That'll push back the next ads for a bit. Days that I'll be streaming this week. Looks like Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. There we go. Organizing next days I can stream. Because Riker is asking about doing another hangout. And Riker was cool, so I'll be down to hang out with him again. Okay. So, looks like the next ad progress is approaching done. There's that, that's all good. Wait a minute. Okay. So, here we go. Let's go ahead and restart. Continuing on to Chapter 3. The River Slaughter meanders slowly across the plains. It is said to trace the path left behind by a giant snake that slithered from the mountains to the west, through the plains to the eastern sea, and its wide, slow path is an essential transportation route for the region. Pazio is a large port town situated near the midpoint of the river. Not far upstream lie large fields of wheat. Still farther are thickly forested mountains. Logs are floated downstream year-round. Barges carrying wheat or corn, depending on the season, navigate up and down the river. That alone would be enough to ensure the town's prosperity. But because there are no bridges across the Slade, its ferries make it a natural gathering place. It was past afternoon, but not yet dusk. Lawrence and Hodo arrived during the busiest time of the day. Pazio's trade had grown since the town had recovered autonomy from the monarchy. Now merchants and aristocrats ruled it. Consequently, there were heavy tariffs levied on goods entering the town. But there were no immigration checks or demands for identification. Had it been a castle town, the opposite would be true, and Hodo's non-human status would be a problem. "Have they no king here?" was Hodo's first utterance upon arriving in the city. "Is this your first time coming to a city this size?" "Times surely change. In my day, a city this large would have been ruled by a king." Lawrence felt a sense of superiority. He'd been to cities many times the size of Pazio. He tried not to let it show, lest Hodo pointed out. In any case, he'd been just as naive when he first started out. "I'll just say that your intentions are admirable," quipped Hodo. Apparently Lawrence had been a bit careless about hiding his thoughts. Although Hodo's intention was focused on the many shops that lined the road. Still, she noticed his expression. Had it just been a lucky guess? The idea that she could discern his thoughts so easily was unsettling and far from funny. "This isn't a festival, is it?" If it were a church celebration day, the streets would be so crowded we couldn't pass through them. Today, though, there's still space. "Oh, difficult to imagine that," said Hodo with a smile, leaning out of the cart, scanning the merchant stalls they passed. She looked every bit the country bumpkin on her first visit to the town, but Lawrence suddenly thought of something else. "Hey." Was her only reply as they continued to stare at the many vendors. "Will it be alright not covering your head?" "Head?" "I know it's festival time in Pazzle right now, so most of the villagers will be drinking and celebrating. But not all of them, and some of the ones who don't may be visiting Pazio right now." "Oh, that," said Hodo, sitting back down in the wagon. Suddenly irritated, she looked back at Lawrence, her cloak just barely covering her ears. "Even if they could see my ears, nobody would notice. They've all long forgotten about me." There was such vehemence in her voice. It was a miracle she didn't shout. Lawrence suddenly reflexively raised his hands as if calming a startled horse. Hodo was no horse, but it seemed to have some effect. She snorted derisively as she pulled the cloak down, facing ahead and pouting. "You lived there for hundreds of years. Surely there are some legends passed down about you. Or did you never take human form?" There are legends, and sometimes I'd appear as a human. So there are stories about you appearing as a human? Hodo gave Lawrence a belabored, sidelong glance, sighed, and then spoke. As far as I can remember, it went something like this. She looks like a beautiful girl of about 15. She has long, flowing brown hair, wolf ears, along with a white-tipped tail. Sometimes she would appear in this form, and in exchange for keeping her appearance a secret, she promises a good harvest. Hodo regarded Lawrence flatly with a look that said, happy. Well, it sounds like you pretty much told them everything about yourself. Is that really okay? Even if they were to see my ears or tail, they would still doubt, just as you did. They'll never realize the truth. Hodo slipped her hand underneath the cloak and fussed with her ears. Perhaps because they pushed against the inside of her fabric uncomfortably. Lawrence looked sideways at her. He wanted her to be more careful, but if she said as much, she would surely get genuinely angry. It seemed that discussion of Hazo was taboo. He felt better when he considered that the legends of Hodo made no mention of her actual facial features, only identifying her by her ears and tail. As long as she kept those concealed, she would go unnoticed. Legends were just legends. It was not as if she were on a church wanted poster. A few moments after Lawrence resolved not to press the matter, Hodo appeared to be considering something. At length, she spoke. Hey. Even if should they see me, they won't know who I am. Will they? Her mood had changed completely from before. It was almost as if she wanted to be discovered. But Lawrence was no fool. He stared expressionlessly forward at the horse. It is certainly my hope that they won't, he answered. Hodo smiled slightly, almost ruefully. You needn't worry. Once Hodo started looking happily at the stalls again. Lawrence realized she had been speaking to herself, as well as him. There was no need to press the matter, however. Hodo was quite stubborn. Lawrence couldn't help smiling at Hodo now. She had cheered up completely, and was excitedly looking at the delicious fruits they'd passed. It's quite a collection of fruit. Are they all picked nearby? It's because Pazio is a gateway to the south. Where the season's right, you can even see fruit from regions nearly impossible to visit. There's much fruit in the south, and good. Surely you have fruit in the north as well. Aye, but it's tough and bitter. To make it sweet, it must be dried and cured. We wolves can't do such work, and so we have to take it from the villages. Lawrence would have expected birds, horses, or sheep to be more likely targets for wolves. It's hard to imagine them driven by a desire for something sweet. Perhaps a bear. Bears often took leather bags filled with grapes that hung from the eaves of houses. I would think wolves would prefer spicy things. It's bears that crave sweets. We don't like spicy food. Once we found red-fanged shaped fruit among the cargo of a shipwreck. We ate it and regretted it loud and long. Ah, hot peppers. Expensive, those. We dunked our heads in the river and decided humans were terrifying indeed, said Hodo with a chuckle, enjoying the mummery for the moment as she gazed at the stalls. After a time, her smile faded, then finally reappeared as she sighed. The pleasure of nostalgia is never without its companion, loneliness. Lawrence was trying to decide what he should say when Horo seemed to perk up. If it's a red fruit we're talking about, I'd rather have those, she said, tucking on his clothing and pointing at a stall. Beyond the stream of passing people and wagons, there was a stall with a generous pile of apples. Oh, those are fine apples. Are they not? Horo's eyes glittered beneath the cloak. He wondered if she'd noticed that her tail was swishing back and forth underneath her skirt. Perhaps she really did like apples. They look rather toothsome, no? Indeed. What Horo was hinting at was clear enough, but Lawrence pretended not to notice. Now that I think of it, I have a friend who invested more than half of his worth in apples. Not sure where they're from, but if they turned out like those, he'd surely double his money. Lawrence sighed regretfully. I should have done the same. Horo's expression shifted as if to say, that's not the point I'm trying to make. But again, Lawrence pretended not to notice. Well, that's most unfortunate, Horo replied. But the risk was very high. If it were me, I would have transported them by ship. A ship, you say? As they talked, they continued to move along with the road with the clip-clopping of the horses' hooves on the accompaniment. Horo was becoming anxious. She clearly wanted the apples, but was just clearly as loath to say so, hence her agitated responses to Lawrence's comment. You see, a group of merchants will sometimes pool their money to hire a ship. The amount of money they raise from determines the amount of and type of the cargo. But unlike land transport, if there's an accident, you may lose lives as well as money. Even a strong wind can put you in danger. However, there is profit to be had. I've twice traveled by sea this way, so... what's wrong? They passed the apple booth and began to recede behind him. There's nothing more fun than knowing the heart of another. Lawrence smiled his best merchant smile. Right. So, about shipping. Apples... I want apples. Lawrence thought she'd be stubborn until the end, but since she'd finally admitted her desire, he decided to go ahead and treat her. Earn your own food, why don't you? Hoda glared at Lawrence as she munched away on an apple. He made a show of shrugging helplessly. She'd been so charming when she finally gave and admitted her desire that Lawrence had generously given her a silver trenny coin of considerable value. She'd returned with more apples than she could carry. She appeared not to know the meaning of the word restraint. By the time her face and hands were sticky with juice, well into her fourth apple, she got around to complaining again. Earlier, you pretended like you didn't notice. It's amusing knowing what somebody else is thinking, said Lawrence to Horo as she ate the apple down to its core. Thinking he'd have one for himself, Lawrence reached back to the pile of apples in the wagon bed, but Horo slapped his hand away even as she started on her fifth apple. Mine. Hey, I paid for them. Horo's cheeks were stuffed. She waited until she had finished swallowing to reply. I'm Horo the Wise Wolf. I can make this much money anytime I want. Don't let me stop you. I plan to use that money for lodging tonight. Okay. And for those of you just listening, we have reached the first picture. Here you go. And display capture. Here we go. This is the image I have in my book right now. But I munch. Answer once you're done eating, please. Hodo nodded and didn't speak again till her stomach contained no less than 8 apples. Did she still intend to have dinner after all that? You certainly ate a lot. Apples are the devil's fruit, full of tempting sweetness they are. Lawrence couldn't help but laughing at her overstatement. Shouldn't a wise wolf be able to conquer temptation? While one may lose much because of their avarice, nothing was ever accomplished by abstinence. The sight of Holo licking her fingers clean of the sweet juice strengthened her argument. If it meant missing such pleasures as this. Word. Asceticism was the height of folly. All this was merely academic, of course. So, what was that you were going to say earlier? Oh yes, I have no money, no immediate means to earn money. So as you do business, I'll just put a few words in to help you bring in more profit. Agreed? No merchant worth his salt simply answers agreed when so asked. It's common sense to refrain from answering until making sure the other party's intentions. A verbal contract is still a contract and must be honored, come what may. Thus, Lawrence didn't answer right away. He didn't understand what Hodo was getting at. You'll soon be selling the Marten furs, yes? As if guessing the reason for his hesitation. Hodo turned the wagon bed behind him. Today, hopefully. No later than tomorrow. Well, I'll try to say something to bring your profit up if I can. Whatever the difference I make, I keep, she said, licking her little fingers clean as if it were nothing. Lawrence mulled it over. Hodo seemed confident that she could sell Marten furs higher than he could. Wise wolf or no, he had 7 years of experience as a traveling merchant. He wasn't such a weak dealer that a few words tossed in from the side would bring up his prices. And there was no guarantee the buyer would accept such prices. Yet his curiosity exactly what she would attempt, or how she would attempt this farce, overpowered his doubt that it would actually happen. So, in the end, he said, agreed. It's done then, replied Hodo, burping. But this isn't just limited to our pelts. You're a merchant too. There may be no chance for me to talk up a price. How modest of you. Wisdom is knowing thyself first. The statement would have sounded better had she not said it while casting her gaze longingly back toward the remaining pile of apples. The pelt's destination was the Malone Company, a brokerage house that acted as an intermediary for a variety of goods. The Malone Company was the third largest house in the city. The two above it were local businesses that had their headquarters in Pazio. The Malone Company was headquartered in a mercantile nation far to the south and run by a powerful trader of noble lineage. Pazio location was a branch. Lawrence had chosen the Malone Company over 2 local brokerages because it would pay a higher commodity price in order to best its competitors, and also because, having so many branches in different places, it could provide valuable information. His aim was to dig up information akin to a story that he'd heard from young merchant Zarin. Who better to ask about currency exchange than traders who routinely crossed borders to do business?
She lights in the silence.
After securing lodgings for the two of them, Lawrence trimmed his beard and set out. The Malone Company was the fifth building from the docks and second largest shop in the area. It had a huge gate that faced the docks to accommodate wagon traffic, which made the shop seem even bigger at a glance. Commodities of all kinds were piled around the gates, as if to show off the company's prosperity. It might have been their peculiar way of competing with other local businesses, which could trade on their long-standing local connections and didn't need flashy displays to prove they were turning a profit. Lawrence stopped his wagon at the loading area and presented an employee, and presently an employee came out to meet them. Welcome to the Malone Trading Company. The smart-looking man tasked with unloading had a neatly trimmed beard and hair. Normally, a trading company unloading a dock was a chaotic swirl of bandit-like men shouting this way and that. Malone was an exception. I've sold wheat here before, but today I have furs to sell. Will you take a look? Yes, but of course. The man inside and to the left would be happy to see you. Lawrence nodded and with a flick of the reins drove the wagon inside. Around the area were stacked with all sorts of goods: wheat, straw, stones, timber, fruit, and more. The staff was quick and efficient, which is how the Malone Company was successful even in foreign countries. A fact that would impress any traveling merchant. Even Horo seemed impressed. Oh there, where are you headed? The two were watching the busy loading and unloading in the shop. They stopped at the sound of the voice. They looked in the direction and saw a large man with steam rising from his suntanned body. He didn't seem like a man that Lawrence had been directed to, but he was certainly huge. Is he a knight? Horo said under her breath. We're here to sell furs. I was told to come to the left side of the shop. Lawrence met the man's eyes and smiled. Right then, I'll just take your horse. This way, if you please. I'll take the image off. There we go. Lawrence did as he was told and angled his horse toward the man. The horse snorted. Apparently he sensed a man's vitality. Oh, good horse, sir. It looks stout of heart. He works without complaint, I'll say that much, said Lawrence. A horse that complains, now that would be something to see. You're not kidding. The two men laughed, and the worker led Lawrence's horse inside the unloading area, and after hitching him to a sturdy wooden fence, called out, Welcome back, Knox.
She lies in the silence. She grabbed my hand, asked me what I think about the house lies deep in the woods. My life will never go on without you. Although feels like falling down in the deep hole, I know I stay.
Okay, sorry about that. Had to answer that. Gonna try to take another whack at the hair physics again. Good luck, Knox. You got this. I'll happily try to help provide incentive, so to speak, or reward. Oh no, Up to you.
We walked in the silence. She grabbed my hand, asked me what I did.
Let's see. The two men laughed. The worker led Lawrence's horse and said, the person that answered was a man who looked more fit to be carrying a quill and ink than hay bales. He seemed to be the buyer. Kraft Lawrence, I presume? We thank you for your patronage. Lawrence was used to being greeted politely, but he was impressed the man knew his name before Lawrence had even given it. He last visited the company during the winter 3 years ago, selling wheat. Perhaps the man that now greeted Lawrence in the entryway still remembered him.
I stayed.
I'm told you've come to sell furs today. The buyer skipped over the usual pleasantries about the weather and jumped straight to the heart of the matter. Lawrence coughed slightly and shifted into a straighter persona. Indeed I have. These are the very ones. Here in the back of the wagon, 70 total. He hopped down from the wagon and invited the buyer to view the furs. He was followed by Horo, who jumped down the wagon a moment later. Oh, these are good marten furs indeed. The year's been a good one for crops, so marten fur is scarce. About half the marten fur that reached the marketplace came from farmers who hunted in their free time. When the harvest was plentiful, they were too busy to hunt, and marten fur was scarcer. Lawrence decided to push the position. You only see furs this fine once every several years. They were drenched with rain on the way here, but look, they've lost none of their luster. 'Tis a fine luster, to be sure. And with good lie, what of their size? Lawrence pulled the largest pelt from the bed and offered it to the buyer, since it was generally prohibited for people other than the owner of the goods to touch them. Oh, they're not lacking in size. You said you had 70. He didn't ask to see all the pelts. He was not so unrefined. Here was a challenge of trade. There was no buyer that would want to see each pelt, and likewise there was no seller that would want to show each. This was the intersection of vanity, prosperity, and desire. Well then, Sir Lawrence. My apologies, Sir Lawrence. You've come to trade with us because you've sold wheat here in the past. The same name was pronounced differently in different nations. It was a mistake that Lawrence himself made often enough. So he forgave it with a smile and produced a wooden abacus from his pocket, which the man looked at. Different regions and nations had different ways of writing numbers, and so nothing was harder than trying to puzzle through these differences. The merchants hardly ever wrote figures down while negotiating, moving the wooden beads of the abacus that would make the numbers completely clear, although one still had to be mindful of exactly what currency was being counted. I can offer, say, 132 trenny. Or silver trenny. Lawrence pretended to think on the matter for a moment. You don't see furs like these often. I brought them to you because I've done business with you in the past, but we certainly appreciate your business. For my part, I would like to continue our association. As would we. I assure you, in light of friendly relations then, what say you to 140? A somewhat transparent exchange, but within mutual deception was truth, which made the dealings more interesting. 140 trenny was a good price. It wouldn't be wise to push past that. But just when Lawrence was about to say, "It's done then," Horo, who'd been silent up until that point, tugged slightly on his sleeve.
I stayed.
Excuse me a moment, said Lawrence to the buyer. He leaned down, putting his ear level with Hodo's hood. I don't quite know. Is that a good price? Quite good, yes, said Lawrence simply, smiling to the company representative. Well then, do we have an agreement? It seemed the buyer was ready to conclude the deal, and Lawrence smiled and was about to reply. Wait just a moment. What? Said Lawrence without thinking. Before he could say anything further, she kept speaking, just like a canny merchant would. 140 Trenny, you said, yes? Yes. 140 and silver Trenny pieces, answered the representative, a bit taken aback by the sudden question from the up until now silent Hodo. Women were rare in places of trade. Not unheard of, but rare. For her part, Hodo either didn't know or didn't care. She spoke as freely as she pleased. Perhaps you didn't notice. The buyer, quite taken aback, looked at Hodo. He seemed not to understand what she was getting at. Lawrence didn't know either. My apologies, but have I overlooked something? The buyer, a merchant from a neighboring country, looked to be roughly the same age as Lawrence. He was a veteran of countless negotiations, who dealt with innumerable parties in his career. It was to his credit that despite his experience, he appeared to be sincerely apologizing to Hodo. Of course, it was far from surprising that he was taken aback. Hodo had effectively asked him if he knew what he was looking at. I can see you're a fine merchant. Surely you pretended not to notice. I can see I won't need to hold back with you. Hodo grinned underneath her cloak. Lawrence nervously hoped she wasn't showing her fangs, but more than anything, he wanted to know what she was doing. The buyer had been accurate and honest. If Hodo was telling the truth, then Lawrence himself had also missed an important detail, which was impossible. My intention is anything but, I assure you. If you'll kindly point out what you're speaking of, we will be happy to adjust the price appropriately. Lawrence had never seen a buyer act so meekly. To be sure, he had seen them pretend meekness, but this was no act. Hodo's words had a strange weight, and her delivery was perfect. Master, she said to Lawrence, it's not polite to make sport of people. It was hard to tell whether she called him master to mock him, or because it was appropriate to the situation. In either case, if he bungled his response here, he knew he'd hear about it later. He frantically groped for a response. That was certainly not my aim, but perhaps you should be the one to tell him. Hodo grinned a lopsided grin at Lawrence, flashing a fang. Master, pass me a fur, if you please. Here. It struck Lawrence as silly that he had to exert himself to maintain his dignity in the face of being called master. Hodo was the only master here. Thank you, master. Now, if you please, sir, said Hodo, turning to the buyer and showing him the fur. At a glance, its lay, size, and luster did not seem to merit an increased price. Even if she were to talk up the price, or talk up the lay as being especially fine, the buyer would unavoidably ask to examine the fur more closely, and would inevitably find flaws. The price was unlikely to drop, but the relationship between the buyer and seller would suffer. These are fine furs, as you can see. I quite agree, replied the buyer. You won't see their like in many years. Or perhaps I should put it this way. You won't smell their like in many years.
She
Hodo's words froze the air in an instant. Lawrence had no idea what she was talking about. "'Tis a scent, but to miss it, you would need to be blind." Hodo laughed. She was the only one. Lawrence and the buyer were too stunned to be amused. "Well, a smell is worth 1,000 words. Would you care to sample the scent?" Hodo handed the pelt to the buyer, who took it and looked uncertainly toward Lawrence. Lawrence nodded, hiding his confusion. What was the point in smelling the pelts? He'd never heard of such a thing in all his dealings. Neither had the buyer, surely. But he had no choice but to placate his vendors. He slowly brought the fur up to his nose and sniffed. At first, his face showed a mixture of confusion and surprise. He sniffed again, and only the surprise remained. "Oh, smell something, do you?" Yes, it smells like fruit, I'd say." Lawrence looked at the fur in surprise. Fruit? Fruit indeed. Just as it's scarce this year because of the harvest, so too did the forest overflow with fruit. This marten was scampering about in the same forest until just a few days ago, and it ate so much of the plentiful fruit, the scent suffused its body. The buyer sniffed the fur again. He nodded, as if to say, "True enough." The truth is that the fur's luster might be better or worse, but it changes little. Does the problem not come then, when the fur is made into clothing, when it is actually used? Good fur is durable. Bad fur soon wears thin. True, as you say. Lawrence was astonished. How much did this wolf know? As you can tell, this particular fur has a sweet scent of a marten that is eaten very well indeed. It took 2 strong men to pull the hide clear of his body. It was so tough. The buyer tugged on its fur experimentally. He couldn't pull too hard in goods he hadn't yet purchased, though, something Hodo knew full well. She was a perfect merchant. The fur is strong as the beast itself, and will keep the wearer as warm as a spring day, shedding rain from dawn till dusk. And don't forget the scent. Imagine coming across a perfumed piece of clothing like this among coats made from nose-wrinkling marten fur. Why, 'twould sell so dear your eyes would pop out. The buyer was indeed imagining the scenario, gazing off in the distance. When Lawrence thought about it, he could see that the goods would sell high, or perhaps would sell as much. So, what do you think would be a fair price then? The buyer snapped out of his reverie. He straightened himself, played with some figures on an abacus. The beads flew back and forth with a pleasant tick-tack-tack sound. Finally displaying a figure. "What do you say to 200 trenny?" Lawrence's breath caught in his throat. 140 pieces was already respectably high price. 200 was unimaginable. Hodo murmured to herself. He'd wanted to beg her to stop. This was going too far, but she was implacable. "How about 3 pieces of each fur? 210 in total." Well, master," she said to Lawrence, "perhaps we should try elsewhere." No, 210 pieces then," said the buyer. Hearing this, Hodo nodded, satisfied, and turned to her master. "You heard the man, master." We are on page 89. They had just agreed to sell the marten furs for 210 silver trenny. So it's shortly after the bit where she bought a lot of apples to impact Well, not too far then. Nope. We're about, I think this is 45 pages so far today. The tavern called... was hoping to hop in without missing too much. Fair enough. I'm not the fastest reader. So.
Grab my hand, ask me what I think about. But you know what? You know.
Fair enough. I don't doubt it. I just enjoy the time I have with reading.
I
I'm lurking Mira, and I was lurking Butterfly. I see Butterfly rated out. Allow me to trade that up for... Who needs viewers? Silly Sky. The tavern called Yorin was a slightly removed alleyway, but it looked well kept enough. Local craftsmen appeared to make up the bulk of its clientele. Lawrence found himself suddenly tired when they arrived at the Yorin Tavern. Hodo, on the other hand, was quite energetic, probably because she'd managed to outwit 2 merchants at once. The hour was yet early, so the tavern was mostly empty, and their wine was out very quickly. Hodo drained hers in one huge draught, while Lawrence was content to nurse his. "Ah, wine," she said, belching a fine belch. She lifted her wood cup and ordered another round, and the tavern girl acknowledged with a smile. "What troubles you? Aren't you going to drink?" said Hodo, munching away on some fried beans. She didn't seem to be particularly dizzy with success, though, so Lawrence decided to broach the subject differently. "Have you ever worked as a merchant?" Hodo, still munching the snack and holding her refilled glass, smiled ruefully. "Oh, I'm sorry. Have I injured your pride?" Naturally, she had. "I don't know how many deals you've done in your life, but I'd watched countless transactions when I was in the village. Long ago, I once saw a man use that technique. I didn't invent it myself. When was that, anyway?" Lawrence didn't speak, but his eyes held the question. Is that true? Hodo looked slightly troubled as she nodded, and Lawrence sighed even as he felt somewhat relieved. "I really hadn't noticed, though. Last night when I slept in the furs, I didn't smell any fruit." "Oh, that? That was from the apples we bought." Lawrence was speechless. When had she pulled that trick? And suddenly he felt a bit of worry. It was fraud. "It's his own fault for being tricked," said Hodo. "He'll be impressed once he figures it out." Hi, Chili! Welcome back.
I stay
Oh, hi. Thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
No, you're not. And also, that looks fucking amazing. Fucking love what you do. And the fact you did that so quickly. I love it. That's right. Nox, you don't have to do that. Thank you though. That is Fauci. I'll take 2 beans. I got rotten egg. No, the pain in the ass is Fauci. He's the attention whore.
she lights in the silence. She grabbed my hand, asked me what I
Well, actually, that's a bad one, but that takes away the taste of rotten egg. Toothpaste. 2 bad ones. There we go. But seriously, thank you. I don't know what I've done to deserve this amount of support that I've gotten. But seriously, fucking thank you guys.
down in the tear.
Fucking make me shush.
I stay
Fucking I love the people that have been here and just that's why I try my best to make it worth the while, worth the money for the sub. I try to have the best emotes I can. I try to have the best interactions I can give you guys. And try to be as available as I can. God damn it. Ugh. I fucking pain in my ass. Like, I hate even asking people to fucking follow me, and that's free. That's why, oh god, like, when's the last time it happened? Like, that's why the only thing even asking... Actually, it might come back up. I have stream elements on a repeated thing, asking people to follow. And that was put in by, my mod. Hi, what's up? Welcome to the stream in Flame. Pain in my ass. Does it ever get tiring? What do you mean? Wait, what? Excuse me? Okay, let's figure this out. Times 2. Answer is 2. Oh? Scorpion, did I get that right, or is the 19 incorrect? Also, can you rate me? What do you mean, rate me? Curious. Oh, damn. I was pretty sure the multiplication went first, so like my logic behind it was a 5 times 2 is the 10, and then division comes next, so that'd be 10 divided by 10 is 1. So 4 minus 3 being 1 plus the leftover 1. So that's why I got my answer 2. On a pH scale of 1 to 14, I'd say you're 1 because your acidic handsomeness smells bad. Fucking hell, that's a new one. I've never heard that. Thank you. And Jazz, thank you for the raid. Oh, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Raiding and running. Kids are... Take care, Jess. They'll be in good company. I'm just sitting here taking a break to chat for a bit, but I'm just reading today. I'm currently on page 90 of Spice and Wolf. So. Yep, fair enough. Okay, so with that in mind... Oh, Wolfcat, thank you for the follow as well. Oh god, it actually is fucking plausible that maybe hits 1,000 by the end of the year. I don't know what the fuck I would do when I hit 1,000. Maybe a subathon? I don't know. Fuck. Y'all give me fucking... What would you like to see me do when we hit that? So... Okay, so with that in mind, 10 divided by 5 is 2, times 2, 4. 4 minus 3, 1. So the answer would be 3. No, 5. 2 times 2 is 4. 4 minus 3 is 1. Plus 4. So answer 5. It's just a matter of being instructed on the correct way to view the formula. But still, we'll do this though, because Jess... Nope. Oh. Shout out Jezebel. Jess is somebody that I met. She's a random person I picked when I was playing Mass Effect, and we definitely nerded the hell out talking about some of the theories and stories there. She's a fucking wonderful person, and if you ever get a chance, definitely meet her. Let's see what clip comes up for her though.
Oh my god! Oh fuck! I almost.
Yeah, she's awesome. She's also a joy to play Phasma with. But still. So, how was the stream? For those of you who are here from her, or from Jess. Also, Wolfcat Reese. Inflame 1905. That's also a cool name. How'd you get that name? Wolfcat Reese. I'm checking out your profile. Because that's an interesting name. Definitely feels like a brand. Hello, Skeeth. But let's see, what do you normally stream? Looks like a fair bit of Fortnite lately. Escape Simulator. Okay, nope, that's an instant follow for me. To the Moon. Phasmo and To the Moon. Well, perhaps someday we can work out a way to meet and hang out. So. To the Moon is a beautiful little game. I love the piano work from it. And that's actually the first time I ever played it. It was a recommendation from Demon before she was Demon and before we were dating. It was she actually sent me a video of herself playing on her piano that song. I might still have that somewhere. Okay, sorry we're suddenly... Sorry, are we suddenly on embarrass your wife? I mean, she's sleeping at the moment.
She lights in the silence. She grabbed my hand, asked me what I think about the house, light deep in the woods. My life will never go on without you.
Let's... I mean, perhaps later. I know Demon is intending to stream later tonight. I don't know what time. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let me be the responsible person and find out. Look at her. Because unlike me, she posts schedules. I couldn't. She is. Club on Sunday at 8 p.m. Oh, she's planning on starting in about 4 hours. Okay, got it. Yep, Demon Waifu will be starting in about 4 hours from now. But still. But y'all are fucking awesome. I like, as much as I would love to turn this into a career, like just suddenly fucking grow. I love the fact that I'm growing slowly to where the amount of followers I've gotten recently is weird to me. I'm glad that's weird because that just means that I get to have the time and spend the time to like get to know everybody, have a really solid foundation of friends. Fucking love all this. I love the support you guys give. You're all amazing. God damn it, Hope. God damn it.
She lies in the silence.
Hi there, Trove. How you doing, man?
Me while I think about
Chilling, surfing. Sounds good. You know what? Just because of how you always, just because of how you comment on Zeta's stream, I'm really tempted to throw a VIP at you here as well, Trove. 'Cause I know you keep on fucking arguing with Nightbot over there. Nightbot there, I have Nightbot and Stream Elements here. Yeah. Aw. And Nox. You love it. Pat Pat.
we walked in the silence. She grabbed
Okay.
my hand, asked me what
And here I shall continue reading.
you know what you know.
You're back from the adverse world.
Say goodbye to your kneecaps, chucklehead.
Ah, Stormy Jinx. It's been a while. How are you? actually, fuck reading for a second. I don't see your name in here very often. How are you? or at least it's been a little bit since you've been here, I think. How goes streaming for you?
I see
I'd be good. I do the same. I have a very bad habit of never announcing myself when I'm lurking. Case in point. Oh, wait a minute. She's actually... I clicked her stream to lurk. I didn't know she's doing a face cam stream. I have 3 different streams up on my Twitch right now. And only one of them know I'm there currently. So yeah, I know that. I know that feel. Always lurk the friends as much as I possibly can. I know, try to lurk you whenever I see that you're live. I try my best to keep at least 5, or try to keep at least 3 up. Oh, I mean, some people have cute little lurk emotes, which I don't have one yet. I probably should eventually get one. I'd rather be sneaky with it. Fair enough. That's why I was like, hey, I'm gonna jump into your stream right now and... Oh, wait a minute. I have 50,000 points. Let me go ahead and torture you for a few hours. Actually, speaking of torturing, just lurk because of your phobia. Fair enough. Let me just be that cheeky bastard to go on this person's stream.
She grabbed my hand, asked me what I think about, but you know what, you know.
Give me 1 second. Okay. But that might be why I also got stream avatars, because it indirectly... Fair enough, fair enough. That's something I was kind of looking at before and never actually committed to actually implementing. That might be kind of cute to have things like that take up the bottom. Okay, so coming back. I know how to wreak havoc with it. Fair enough. Yeah, you probably do.
She lies in the silence. She grabbed my hand, asked me what I think about the house.
Let's see. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Okay. What's the standard size for Twitch emote? That's a good question. Looks like okay, so looks like it has to be between 112 and 4096 pixels, and it has to be less than 1 megabyte in size, as well as it has to be perfectly square. I was trying to upload a different emote last night, and because because of the support from the 24-hour, we reached the 50 sub points, and that unlocked another emote slot for me. I was trying to find something to fill in the animated slot, and no joke, one of my emotes is it was not able to be re-uploaded, and the size of the image is 300 by 303 pixels. I could not upload it to be the easy animate thing on Twitch because it wasn't perfectly square. They are that fucking picky. Oh, I still have my drink. Finish it off and grab a new drink. Vanilla Coke.
She lies in the silence. She grabbed my hand, asked me what I think about the house lights deep in the woods.
Okay. Let's go ahead and continue. There's no point in being angry when you've been tricked. A real merchant knows to be impressed. That's quite a sermon. You sound like a wizened old trader. And you're just a babe in arms yourself. Lawrence had to laugh. He shrugged as he drank his wine. It had a keen taste to it. All this aside, did you do as you were supposed to? Hodo was talking about the Zarin matter. I asked around the Malone company to see if anybody knew about nations that would be issuing new silver currency. They didn't seem to be hiding anything. As long the information isn't something that needs to be monopolized, they'll normally share it. Makes for good business relations. But chances for this kind of deal aren't common. That's why we're involved. It wasn't vanity, it was reality. In currency speculation, prices either rose, fell, or held steady. Even if the details became complex, all one had to do was turn it over in one's head until one hit upon the solution. Once the proposed deal was reduced to the party that would gain, or reduced to the party that would gain, and one that would lose, there were a few decisions to make. However, still, whatever the trick, as long as we can avoid getting fleeced and come out ahead, we'll be fine. Lawrence drank some wine and popped some beans into his mouth. Hodo was paying, so he decided he might as well take advantage of it. I don't see the owner anywhere. I wonder if he's out, he said. Zarin did say we could contact him through the bar. He must be on good terms with the establishment. Well, traveling merchants are usually base their operations out of either tavern or trading house. In fact, I've got to get to a trading house later on, and the owner really isn't around, is he? Said Lawrence, scanning the tavern yet again. It was a fairly spacious establishment, with 15 round tables. Only 2 other people, craftsmen from the looks of them, were in the tavern. He couldn't very well just go up and talk to them, so he asked the girl when she brought another round of wine, along with a roasted herring. Some roasted herring and smoked mutton. The owner? Said the girl as she set the wine and food on the table. Her arms were very slender. Lawrence wondered where she got the strength to handle the heavy food. He's gone to buy some ingredients at the marketplace, she continued. Do you have some business with him? Could you possibly tell him we're trying to get in touch with a man named Zarin? If they didn't know Zarin here, that's fine too. Many merchants use taverns as convenient points of contact, so a misunderstanding was entirely possible. But it turned out to be unnecessary concern on Lawrence's part. The girl's eyes brightened immediately at the mention of Zarin. Oh, Mr. Zarin, I know of him. Do you? He normally comes soon after sundown. Feel free to stay here until then. She was a shrewd girl indeed, but she had a point. It was an hour or two until dusk, which would be just enough time to enjoy a nice leisurely drink. We'll take you up on that then. Do enjoy yourselves, said the girl with a bow, which then turned to attend to the tavern's other 2 patrons. Lawrence drank from his cup of wine. Its tart scent wafted across his nose, fading to sweetness on his tongue. Some liquors, like rum, traded on their intensity, but Lawrence preferred the sweetness of wine or mead. Sometimes he'd just have cider for the change. Side note, I want to find a good mead. I've heard good things about mead. Next time I'm back home up north, I'm gonna try to find some mead. There was this this one apple mead that was sold back where I'm from. If I don't like it, well, I already know Demon loves it, so. Lawrence drank from his cup of wine. Its tart scent wafted across his nose, fading sweetness on his tongue. Blah, blah, blah. Beer was good too, but its flavor depended on the skill of the craftsman and taste of the person drinking it. Unlike wine, whose quality depended entirely on price, a beer's deliciousness was unrelated to its cost. So merchants tended to avoid it. There was no way to know if a particular brew would suit your taste unless you were from the region or town. So when he wanted to appear local, Lawrence would order beer. Lawrence thought on this when he noticed that Hodo, sitting opposite him, had stopped eating. She appeared to be deep in thought. Lawrence spoke up, trying to get her attention, but she was slow in answering. That girl, she's lying, she finally said, once the girl had disappeared in the kitchen. Lying how? Zarin doesn't necessarily come in here every day. Lawrence nodded, looking into his wine cup. Well, I hope we'll see Zarin soon, as she says. girl's lie meant that she was already in touch with Zarin. If not, things would be complicated now for both Lawrence and the mysterious young merchant. As do I, said Horo. The reason for the lie was unclear, though it could be that she was able to call Zarin anytime she wanted and simply wanted to keep Lawrence and Horo at the table, ordering wine for a little while longer. Merchants and traders told lies, large and small, all the time. Worrying over every single one would drive one to distraction. So Lawrence wasn't particularly worried, and he imagined Horo was the same. Other than Horo's delight at the honeycomb-shaped honeyed stew, the sun set without incident, and soon customers began filtering in the tavern. Among them was Zarin. Hermione sent me a resizer after she... Ah, fair enough. Yeah, my own emotes I think are 300 pixels. I rejoice at a reunion, said Zarin, raising his wine cup. It knocked against Lawrence's with a pleasant clock. How fared your furs? They fetched a good price, as you can tell from the wine. I envy you. I dare say you had an angle? Lawrence didn't reply immediately, instead taking a drink of wine. That's a secret. Horo was busily devouring the beans, possibly to hide her smirk. Well, in any case, I'm glad you're able to sell them for a good price. For my part, more capital means more profit. Just because I have more capital doesn't mean I'll be increasing my investment. Say it's not so. I prayed for your good fortune in anticipation of just that. Then you've been praying at the wrong place. You should have just prayed for me to up my investment. Zarin gazed upward, his face a mask of exaggerated tragedy. So, to business then, said Lawrence. All right. Zarin composed himself and looked at Lawrence, but looked briefly at Horo as well, as though he knew she, too, was a figure not to be underestimated. In exchange for selling me the information on which silver currency is due to become purer, you want a portion of the profit I'll make. Does that sum it up? Indeed. Is the story of a pure corn true? Zarin faltered slightly at the directness of the question. Well, I'm predicting it based on information I got from a small mining town. I think it's trustworthy, but there are no guarantees in business. True enough. Lawrence nodded, satisfied at seeing Zarin cringe. He brought some stew to his lips and continued. If he'd told me it was a sure thing, I'd have to walk away. Nothing is more suspicious than a guarantee. Zarin sighed in relief. So, what? What would you want for a percentage? 10 trenny for the information, plus 10% of your profit. That's a very conservative demand, given the potential gain. It is. If you should take a loss, I won't be able to compensate you. If I had to, all my assets would be forfeit. So I'll take 10% of whatever you make, but if you take a loss, I'll refund you the information fee and no more. Lawrence mulled over the issue, his mind long since fuzzy from liquor. Zarin's proposal boiled down to roughly two possibilities. The first was that he, Lawrence, would sustain a loss, and Zarin would use that for his own gain. The second was that Zarin's proposal was basically sound. However, thanks to Horo, he knew that Zarin's claim of the currency in question would rise in value owing to an increased silver content was a lie. If so, Zarin planned to profit from Lawrence's loss, but Lawrence didn't yet know how. Given this, Lawrence had to begin to wonder if Hodo's estimation of Zaren's was mistaken after all. It didn't make sense that the Zaren's goal was a paltry information fee. But it wouldn't matter how much time he spent thinking about it. Only when he got the information from Zedin would he be able to get a fresh perspective. If it became obvious that he'd sustained a loss, he could just get his information fee back. With a little bit of speculation, he could dodge any problems. And now his interest in whatever Zaren was planning was greater than ever. That sounds good enough to me. Thank you very much. Just to confirm, you want 10 Trenny to provide me with the information, and 10% of my earnings. However, if I lose money, you'll return the fee to me, and you won't be liable for further losses. Yes. And we'll sign a contract to this effect before a public witness. Yes, as for the settlement day, we can make it 3 days before the spring market. I expect the currency to change within the year. The spring market was still half a year out. It was enough time for the currency to settle into its new value, be it up or down. If it actually rose, there would be an accompanying increase of confidence in the currency, and the people would be happy to do business using it. Its market value would rise rapidly. Those who sold it impatiently would lose out. That'll do. It should be sufficient time. In that case, I look forward to seeing you at the public witness's office early tomorrow morning. There is no reason to refuse. Lawrence nodded and raised his cup. To profit for both of us. At the sight of both men raising their cups, the listless Holo scrambled to get her cup in her hand. To profit! There was a pleasant clock as the cups knocked against each other. The public witness, just as the name implies, is a public service for providing witnesses for contracts. However, actually, you know what? I'll restart that one after the ad plays. I'm looking to do probably 20 more pages today. Daily Poop? Welcome, cat. How are you? Oh, no. Mix it up. Are you gonna be that little bitch today? Oh my fucking god. Mix It Up's been having fucking issues. Well, perfect. I'm actually taking a break anyways. Let's, actually, is there a currency thing that I can look at? Currency rank inventory. Which gear? Let me go ahead and relaunch Mix It Up real quick, though. I'm gonna see if I can actually give the currency, because that's actually what it's giving you. It's a little currency that I have set up. Relaunching Mix It Up. Yeah, because the last message... Oh god. Yeah, the last message it registered in Mix It Up in the chat was Chili saying Demon Waifu. That was half hour or so ago. That's before Stormy Jinx even showed up.
So you have chosen.
I have
death.
not chosen death. Fuck you. Special jump. Which cure? Oh, what? Wait a minute. Cat, I'm gonna ask a question. Do you have 17,000 points on my channel right now? Oh, no, not that. Wait, how do I set up those points? I meant channel points. Oh, 32. Oh. Oh, shit. What the fuck is this counting, then? Or is it counting minutes? Oh, fuck, it might be counting minutes active. God, you've been in... I'm trying to look at like different things and mix it up, and I think it's counting how many minutes you are active. And if that's true, yeah, Cat, that means you have 17,375 minutes in my channel. Working on that's okay. Oh, geez. That's through Stream Elements. Can I set that up? I've never messed with Stream Elements. Why not? Profile. Chat commands. I know I have 8-ball. I have bet. Duel. What the fuck is duel? You know what? Fuck it. Let's enable the duels. Points. I'm not gonna do the raffle. I might because if I do that, if I ever hold the raffle, I'll just do the marbles. I just turned on slots. Points. Question is, how do I start the gain of points? Oh, they're turned on. I see. Good points. need that. Roulette. Slots. Wait, why are the... What? How many? Good fucking question. I don't know. I just turned it on. I didn't fucking do shit for that.
She grabbed my hand, asked me what I think about, but you know what, you know.
Oh, that hurts. Just found a stat that kind of hurt. Aw.
I see. Remember
Okay.
this feeling in my heart and the breeze. We're frozen in time like endless
So, points. Never mind. Found where I was fucking up. Got it. Maybe. No, that's...
She lights in the silence. She grabbed my
How do I...
hand while I think
The fuck? I'm legitimately confused. Where the fuck is what I'm looking for?
She grabbed my hand,
Okay, so
while I think,
apparently I might need help proper setting up the points thing, especially because add points. Okay.
I know. I remember
Let's see if this will work.
this feeling in my heart and the breeze. We're frozen, the time like endless.
Well, I don't know then.
She lights in the silence. She grabbed my hand, asked me what I think about the house, light deep in the woods.
Okay. I don't know. It's annoying, but it is what it is. Fuck it. Go ahead and bring this back up. And let's go ahead and just continue. Wasted enough time on that. The public witness, just as the name implies, is a public service for providing witnesses for contracts. However, just because a contract was signed before a public witness, the town guard would not necessarily catch someone who breached it. Even the monarchy, in charge of the public good as it was, would not do that. Instead, the offending party's identity would be spread around by the public witness. This was fatal to a merchant. For larger deals, this was even truer. A merchant with a bad reputation would not even be able to deal with traders from foreign countries, at least not in that particular city. The consequences weren't particularly effective for people who were going to retire from trading, but as long as they planned to continue as a merchant, the incentive was enough. It was before such a public witness that Lawrence signed the contract, paid Zarin 10 trenny, and received the information without incident. Lawrence and Horo then parted ways with Zarin and headed into the marketplace. The empty wagon would only cause problems in the crowded town center. So they left it at the inn, and went in on foot. This is silver the boy mentioned, yes? Hodo held a silver trenny, was most widely used currency in the region, because among the hundreds of different kinds of currency in the world, it was one of the most trusted. And also simply because this town and the region around it were within the nation of Trini. Nations that did not have their own currency were doomed to either collapse or become client nations of larger powers. It is a well-trusted coin in this region. Trusted? Hodo looked up at Lawrence as she played with a coin on which the profile of the 11th ruler of Trini was engraved. There are hundreds of currencies in the world, and the amount of gold or silver in each varies constantly. Trust is an important part of currency. I only know of a few different kinds of money. It used to be that business was done in animal skins. Lawrence wondered exactly how many hundreds of years ago she was talking about. So, how about it? Have you worked out something out now that you know which coin he is talking about? Well, there are several possibilities. For example, asked Hodo as they walked past stalls in the marketplace. She stopped suddenly, and a big man who had the look of a worker about him bumped into her. He was just about to shout at her when Hodo looked up from underneath her cloak and apologized. The man reddened and managed to say, "Well, be more careful." Lawrence silently resolved not to be swayed by this particular tactic of Hodo's. "What's wrong?" he asked. I want to eat one of those. Hodo was pointing at a bread stall. It was just before midday, so fresh baked bread was lined up in neat rows in front of a stall. A maid was buying more bread than she could possibly eat, probably for the midday meal of some craftsman and his apprentice. "You want some bread?" "That one, there, with the honey on it." Hodo indicated some long, thin loaves that were being showily displayed from the eaves of the stall. The honey-drizzled bread was popular in most places. Lawrence seemed to remember that the tradition was stated in a certain city where a baker that hung loaves from the eaves of the shop as he drizzled them with honey was a way to attract customers. The tactic had been so successful that fights broke out among people who wanted to buy the bread. The Bakers' Union had made official policy that all honey bread would be henceforth hung from the eaves. The bread did look delicious, but Lawrence could not help grinning at Hodo's sweet tooth showing itself yet again. "You have money. Go ahead and buy some if you want." "I don't imagine bread and apples are far apart in price. Will you carry the mountain of bread I'll bring back with me? Or shall I ruin the baker's day by asking him for so much change?" Lawrence finally understood. All Hodo had were silver trenny, each of which was worth far more than it took to buy a loaf of bread. She bought more apples than she was able to carry with a similar coin. All right, I'll give you a smaller coin. Here, hold out your hands. One of these black coins shall get you one loaf. Lawrence took the silver coin from Hodo's hands and replaced it with several brown and black copper coins. Pointing at the coin he wanted her to use. Hodo scrutinized the currency carefully. "You best not be cheating me," she said suspiciously. He thought about kicking her, but Horo soon turned on her heel and headed for the baker's stall. Always with a quick tongue, retorted Lawrence. But in truth, he couldn't claim he wasn't enjoying himself. When he saw Horo walking back, her face a very picture of contentment as she sank her teeth into the bread. He couldn't help laughing. Don't bump into anyone else, Lawrence said. I don't want to have to deal with a fight. Don't treat me like a pup, then. It's hard to see you as anything else when your mouth is covered in sticky honey. For a moment, Lawrence thought she was sulking in anger, but the aged wolf was not so easily provoked. Am I charming, then? She looked up at Lawrence with her head cocked slightly, whereupon he slapped her on the head. You certainly can't take a joke, she grumbled. I'm a very serious person, said Lawrence. Her faintly flustered demeanor went unnoticed. So, what was it you were thinking about? Oh, right. It was better to bring up the previous topic of the conversation than stay in this uncomfortable territory. So, back to the Trini coin. Zarin may well be telling the truth. Oh? There are reasons to raise the silver content, so... Here, take this coin. A silver freen. Or Firin. It's from a nation 3 rivers south of here. It's got a respectable silver content. It's quite popular in the marketplace. You could say it's a Trini's rival. Huh? Seems one thing never changes. A nation's power is in its money. The always quick-witted Horo munched away on her bread. Exactly. Nations do not always fight through strength of arms. If your country's currency is overwhelmed by a foreign coin, you've been just as thoroughly conquered. All the foreign king needs to do is cut off your supply of money, and your marketplace will die. Without money, you can neither buy nor sell. They control your economy. So they're increasing silver content in order to gain an advantage over their rival? Said Horo, licking her fingers after finishing the bread. Having come that far, Lawrence imagined that Horo might realize she had something to say. I suppose my ears aren't completely omniscient. Evidently she did. It's possible that Zarin wasn't actually lying, agreed Lawrence. I quite agree. She was being so reasonable that Lawrence found himself taken aback. Even though she'd admitted she wasn't perfectly accurate, he expected her to angrily chide him for doubting her senses. What, did you think I was going to be angry? I surely did. Well, I might be angry at that, she said with a mischievous smile. In any case, Zarin might not have been lying. Where are we going now? So, now that we know which coin to look into, we're going to look into it. So, to the mint? Lawrence couldn't help laughing at her naive question, which earned her a sharp, angry look. If a merchant like me showed up at the mint, the only greeting I would get would be the business end of a spear. No, we're going to see a cambist. Oh, that is fucking wonderful, Nox. Beautiful emote. That they did. I guess there was things that even I don't know. Lawrence was understanding Horo's personality better and better. Once we're there, we'll see how the coin has been performing recently. When a currency's value changes drastically, there are always signs. Like the weather before a storm. Lawrence smiled at the amusing analogy. Something like that. When the purity is going to increase a lot, it increases a little at a time, and when it's going to drop, it'll drop gradually. It didn't seem like Hodo fully understood, so Lawrence launched into a lecture, sounding for all the world like a determined school teacher. Currency is based on trust, relative to the absolute value of gold or silver an item. Coins are obviously more highly valued, of course. Of course, the value is set very carefully. But since what you're doing is arbitrarily assigning a value to something with no inherent worth, you can think of it as a ball of trust. In fact, as long as the changes to the coin purity aren't large, they're impossible to detect. Even a canvas has difficulty with it. You'd have to melt the coin down to be sure. But because a currency is based on trust, when it gains popularity, its actual value can exceed its face value, or do the opposite. There are many reasons for change in its popularity. One of the biggest is a change in the gold or silver purity of the coin. That's why people are so sensitive to changes in a currency. So sensitive that even changes too small to detect with eyeglasses or a scale could still be considered major. Let me go ahead and put the bookmark here for a second. Ad's about to start. Oh, it's been a while since I had. I'm sure you'll be able to take advantage of it eventually. The instant approval for emotes.
She lies in the silence. She grabbed my hand, asked me what I think about the house lies deep in the woods. My life will never go on without you. Although feels like falling down in the tears, I know I still remember this feeling in my heart and the we're frozen at times like endless. We walked in the silence. She grabbed my hand, asked me what I
Okay, so what's everybody up to?
you know what
Actually, hey Nox, how many emotes did you get? I'd be curious to see those.
I know. I
Some of them are stickers. Fair enough. Hell yeah. Ah. Okay, clearing out some Discord notifications, because
She lights in the silence.
there we go. I just find it funny the Yandere. Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, it's probably because everybody fucking uses those. Or, like, emotes like that where you use that to threaten people. Let's see. And ad is finished. He finished his lengthy digression. Hodo stared off into the distance, appearing to be deep in thought. Lawrence suspected even the canny Hodo wouldn't understand everything from the first explanation. He prepared himself to answer her questions, but none were forthcoming. When he looked more carefully at her face, she seemed not to be trying to piece things together in her head, but rather as if she was confirming something. He didn't want to believe it, but she may well have understood perfectly the first time. So, whoever makes the coins wants to change the purity. First, they'll have to make minute changes to see what the reaction is, and then they'll adjust up or down. Yes? Having an apprentice like this was certainly a mixed blessing. A superior apprentice was the pride of any merchant, but humiliation lurked. Lawrence hid the frustration he felt. It had taken him a full month to understand the concept of currency evaluation. Yeah, that's about right, he answered. The human world is certainly complicated. Despite the admission, her comprehension was terrifyingly quick. As the two conversed, they approached Narrow River. It wasn't Sade that flowed by Apazio, but rather an artificial canal that diverted water from Sade, so the goods coming down the river could be efficiently transported into the city center without having to bring them ashore first. To that end, rafts were constantly floating along the river, tended by boatmen whose voices, as they shouted at one another, were now audible. Lawrence now was headed for that bridge that spanned the canal. Cambists and goldsmiths had long since situated their businesses on the bridges. There they would set up their tables and their scales and do business. Naturally, they were closed on rainy days. "Oh, it's quite crowded," remarked Hodo as they reached the largest bridge in Pazio. With sluice gates closed, flooding was impossible. So the bridge is far larger than can ever be constructed over an ordinary river, connected both sides of the canal, with canvas and goldsmiths packed elbow to elbow along its sides. All were highly successful, and the canvas in particular were kept busy exchanging money from lands near and far. Next to them, the goldsmiths busied themselves with their jewelry and alchemy. There were no crucibles for melting metal, but small jobs and orders for larger ones were common. As one would expect from a place where the bulk of its city taxes were levied, the place was fairly smelled of money. And there are so many, how does one choose? Any merchant worth his salt has a favorite canvas in each town. Follow me. The bridges were crowded with passerbys even in the best of times. And even though it was now illegal everywhere, the apprentices of the canvas and goldsmiths would jump from the bridge on errands. Even though it was now illegal everywhere, the apprentices of the canvas and goldsmiths would jump from the bridge on errands for their masters, turning the milieu carnivalesque. The liveliness inevitably resulted in fraud, and it was always the customers who risked being cheated. Aha, there he is. Lawrence himself had been swindled many times in the past, and only once he'd made friends with certain money changers had it stopped. His favorite canvas Patio looked a bit younger than him. "Oh, Wise, it's been a while," said Lawrence to the fair-haired canvas who had just finished business with another customer. Wise looked up at the mention of his name and smiled broadly upon recognizing Lawrence. "Well, if it isn't Lawrence. It has indeed been a while. When did you get in town?" The association between the two professionals had been long. It was just like a friendship, formed not out of kindness, but necessity. "Just yesterday," replied Lawrence. Took a detour from your end to do some business." "You never change, old friend. You look well." "I'm alright. How about yourself?" "Hemorrhoids, my friend. Finally caught the curse of our trade. It's not pleasant." Wise spoke with a smile, but it was the unpleasant proof of the true canvas. Sitting all day in one place was not so as to not miss a customer. Nearly all of them suffered from hemorrhoids eventually. "So what brings you here today? Coming by at this hour means you must have needs of my services." "Yeah, actually, I have a favor to ask." "Are you alright?" asked Lawrence, as if coming out of a dream. Wise looked back to Lawrence from somewhere else. His eyes soon drifted elsewhere, though. He was looking at the figure next to Lawrence. "Who's the girl?" "Picked her up from Paso on my way here." "Picked her up, you say?" "Well, more or less. Wouldn't you say?" Might not be quite the word for it, but more or less, I'll allow," said Hodo, with some reluctance, pausing her curious glancing here and there to answer Lawrence. "So, what's your name, miss?" "Mine? 'Tis Hodo." "Hodo, eh? Good name." Wise grinned shamelessly. Hodo returned it with a not altogether displeased smile that Lawrence did not particularly appreciate. "Well, if you have nowhere particular to go, why not work here? I just so happen to find myself in need of a maid. Someday you might follow my footsteps, or perhaps even become my bride." "Wise, I've come for a favor," said Lawrence, cutting him off. Wise looked suitably offended. "What? Have you already had your way with her?" Wise had always been an indelicate manner of speaking. Far from having had his way with her, Lawrence found himself being toyed with by Hodo, so he answered with an emphatic negative. "Well, then you should let me have a go," snapped Wise, looking to Hodo and smiling sweetly. Hodo fidgeted nervously, occasionally pausing to say things like, "Oh my," an affection Lawrence failed to find amusing. Naturally, he concealed his irritation. We'll discuss that later. Business first. Fine then. What do you want? Hodo sniggered. Have you any recently minted Trini coins? If you can, I'd like 3 of your most recently issued coins. Oh, do you know something about the purity changing? Weiss knew his business. He'd immediately realized what Lawrence was up to. Something like that. Well, watch yourself, friend. Tis it isn't so easy to get ahead of the crowd, said Weiss. Which meant that even the canvas hadn't heard of any imminent changes. And here we go. This is Weiss. So do you have any or don't you? I do indeed. There's a new coin that came out just last month at Advent, and the one before that. Here it is. Let's produce 4 coins from slots in the wooden box behind him, and gave them to Lawrence. The year of issue was carved in the wood. There was no visible difference between any of the coins. We handle money all day and hadn't noticed anything. They're cast in the same mold, using the same ingredients. The lineup of artisans of the mints hasn't changed in years. There's been no coups, there's no reason to change the coins, said Weiss. The weight and color of the coins had already been scrutinized, but Lawrence held them up in the sun and looked at them carefully. It seemed there really hadn't been any change. No use, friend. If you could tell just by looking, would have noticed long ago, said Weiss, his chin in his cupped hands. Give it up, he seemed to be saying. What now, I wonder? Said Lawrence with a sigh, returning the coins to Weiss's outstretched palm. They made a pleasant clinking sound as they fell. You don't want to melt them down, eh? Don't be ridiculous, I can't do that. Melting down currency is a crime in any country. Weiss laughed at the preposterous notion. However, Lawrence was now at a loss. He had been sure if there was any change in the coin, Weiss would have had some idea of it. What to do? It was then that Hodo spoke up. Let me see them. At which point, Weiss looked up and gave her the best smile. Oh, certainly, certainly, he said, handing the silver coins over. Though, when she reached out to take them, he took her hands, not letting them go for some time. Oh, sir, you're such a cad, said Hodo with a smile to shattering effect. Weiss reddened and scratched his head. Just when he wondered what she would do, Hodo brought the hand that contained the money to his ear and shook it, jingling the coins. Now that's impossible, said Weiss with a grin. Didn't matter. It was said that master money changers with decades of experience could tell a coin's purity just by listening to its sound. That is mostly legend, like saying that a merchant's goods would always appreciate. But Lawrence wondered. Hodo had wolf ears, after all. Said Lawrence when she was finished. She chose 2 coins and returned the rest to the money-changing table. She jingled those 2 coins together, then repeated the process with 6 different combinations of coins. A total of 6 times to check all possible combinations. I cannot tell. Perhaps possessed by the memory of how bashful Hodo had been when he grabbed her hands, Weiss put on an expression of sympathy so exaggerated it was hard not to wonder if he had ever returned to normal. Oh, too bad indeed, he said. We've wasted enough of your time, said Lawrence. We'll have a drink sometime. Indeed, that's a promise. A promise, you hear me? Overpowered by Weiss's vehemence, Lawrence promised. Then the pair put the canvas stall behind them. Nonetheless, Weiss waved enthusiastically at them as they left. Hodo looked back several times and waved shyly in return. Once the crowds closed around them and Weiss could no longer be seen, Hodo looked ahead again. She burst into laughter. He's an interesting sort. For the matchless philanderer, I suppose. It wasn't a lie, but Lawrence felt he had to take Weiss down a notch anyways. So, what was that, or what about the silver purity? Has it risen or fallen? He asked, smiling down at Hodo. Her grin disappeared, and she seemed surprised. You've gotten quite good at ferreting the truth out, haven't you? I'm the only one who knows about those ears of yours, after all. I know I saw them twitch. Hodo chuckled. Can't let my guard down. But what surprised me is you didn't say anything about it back there. Your lie was unexpected. Whether or not he would have believed me aside, we don't know what other people nearby would have done. The fewer people as know a secret, the better, no? I suppose you can consider it a compensation. Compensation? Lawrence parroted back. He wondered what he had done that merited compensating. You were a bit jealous back then, no? This is an exchange for that. Lawrence's expression stiffened at Hodo's teasing glance. How had she known? Or was she just a little too good at luring him into tipping his hand? Oh, don't worry about it. All men burn with foolish jealousy. It was painfully true. But women are fools to take delight in it. The world is full of fools, no matter where you look, said Hodo, drawing slightly nearer to Lawrence. It seemed that Hodo had experience with romance as well as matters mercantile. She chuckled, though to me, you're both just lowly humans. Yet here you are, in human form. Best not bare your fangs now, in front of your beloved wolves. Ha! A flick of my lovely tail charms human and wolf alike. Hodo put a hand on her hip and swayed word. Insouciantly? Interesting word. Somehow Lawrence got the feeling that she wasn't lying. Joking aside, she said up to Lawrence's relief, it was just a bit, but the new coins have a slightly duller sound. Duller? Hodo nodded. A duller sound meant the silver purity had dropped. A small change was hard to discern. But if the purity had dropped enough for the silver coin to become visibly darker, any plebeian could tell the difference in sound. What Hodo had said was true. It could be the sign that the Trinity was going to become less pure. Well, if that's true, it's reasonable to assume that Zarin was lying all along, said Lawrence. I wonder. The boy will have to return your 10 Trenny, depending on how this plays out. I'd gotten that far. If he just wanted to swindle some money by spelling bad information, he'd have done it at the church without going through all the trouble of meeting at the bell. 'Tis a puzzlement, Hodo laughed at, but in his mind, Lawrence was frantically trying to figure out the situation. But the more he thought about it, the stranger it got. What was Zarin planning? He was unquestionably planning something. If Lawrence could figure out the motive, he knew he might be able to profit as well. That's why he'd taken the risk in the first place. But the fact that he still hadn't the faintest idea of Zarin's true motivation bothered him. How did anyone make money from a drop in silver price and coin purity in the first place? All he could think of was a long-term investment. If gold or silver fell from a high price to a low, you could sell at the high price and buy up exactly what you sold after it fell. You'd end up with exactly as much gold as you started with, plus a difference in price. Speculation on gold and silver is always fluctuating. If you waited for it to return to its original price, you could realize a profit in the end. However, he didn't have time for that kind of long-term planning. For one thing, half a year simply wasn't enough time. Well, Zarin brought me the deal, so he must have something to gain. He must. Assuming he's not some kind of fool, added Hodo. He didn't mention not being responsible for losses, which means... Hodo began to laugh. What? You've been taken, my friend. Lawrence turned to Hodo and startled. Taken? Oh, yes. For what? The 10 trenny? Forcing money out of somebody isn't the only kind of swindle. Lawrence had heard and seen many scams in his 7 years of experience. But he had trouble understanding what Hodo was talking about. What a scam. A plan where his opponent may or may not gain, but is guaranteed to never lose. Lawrence's head swirled, white hot. He'd nearly forgot to breathe. Soon the blood rose to his face. That boy will never lose. In his worst case, his profit is 0. If silver drops, all he does is return the money to you. If it rises, he gets part of whatever you make. It's a business that requires no capital. Even if no profit appears, he'll be fine. Lawrence was overwhelmed by exhaustion. To have been had by such a frivolous scheme. But it was true. He had been the one who had sworn that there was some larger ulterior motive. Traveling merchants so used to using every trick he could would naturally assume so. And so he had. Zarin had predicted a profit was almost sure to appear. Humans are pretty smart, said Hodo, as though they were talking about somebody else's problem. Lawrence could only sigh. Fortunately, he hadn't yet gone out of his way to invest in Trenny. All he had risked was what he had in hand. There was nothing in the contract he had with Zarin about how many he was obligated to purchase. All he could now was pray there was no fluctuations in the marketplace. Then he could point out Zarin's lie. Then there'd be nothing stopping him from getting his 10 silver pieces back. Apparently, or naturally, if the price dropped, he'd be able to regain them legitimately, though losing only a single piece to him felt downright inexpensive. When a merchant let his guard down, he naturally lost everything. But here, all Zarin had really done was hurt Lawrence's pride. He had slumped a bit before Hodo, who sniggered at him out of the corner of her mouth. Although, Hodo began, Lawrence looked at her beseechingly, as if to say, there's more. Hodo looked back predatorily. Isn't it quite common for the silver purity to drop slightly? Suspecting that his redemption might start with this, Lawrence forced himself to straighten his leaden back. No, normally the purity is controlled with extreme care. And yet, out of nowhere, there's a deal that hinges on the purity of silver coins. Can that just be chance, I wonder? Oh. The grinning Hodo seemed to be enjoying the state of affairs. No, she was definitely enjoying it. Now you being in that village, at that time, with that sheaf of wheat, that was chance. There is nothing so hard as discerning chance from fate. It's harder than romance for a shut-in. That's a strange analogy, was all Lawrence could answer. You are lost in the maze of your own thoughts. When that happens, you need a new perspective. When I'm hunting prey, sometimes I'll climb a tree. The forest looks different from on high. For example, said Hodo, the wise wolf, with a crooked grin that bared her left fang. What if the person who's planning something isn't that kid? Oh. Lawrence felt like he'd been struck over the head. There's no reason Zarin's profit had to come from you. For example, perhaps he was hired by somebody else, and those wages motivated him to pull you into the strange deal. Though she is fully 2 heads shorter than him, Hodo seemed a giant. If you're looking for a single withered tree, it can seem like a grievous wound to the forest. But from the forest's perspective, that tree's remains will nourish other plants, acting for the good of the whole forest. If you change your perspective, a situation right in front of you can reverse itself. So, have you seen anything new? For a moment, Lauren suspected that Hodo already knew something, but from her tone, it seemed that she was not testing him, but rather genuinely trying to help. Nothing was more important to a merchant than knowledge. But such knowledge was no mere commodity to be priced. The situation before him, his knowledge was of that technique. Lawrence thought about it from a different perspective. Zarin, the only man he had talked to directly, what if Zarin's gains were coming from, not from Lawrence, but from some other party? Lawrence's breath caught in his chest the instant a thought came to his mind. If that were indeed the case, he could think of one possible explanation. He had heard the setup from another traveling merchant when they drank together in another town. The sheer scope of the tale was so huge, he'd assume it to be yet another tavern story. Still, the story could conceivably explain why somebody would do something so apparently meaningless as buying up depreciating silver currency. He could see why Zarin would be lying, even as he signed a contract before a public servant, and would use his influence in the tavern, acting in a way that didn't make sense for a swindler. Zarin had been trying to lend the transaction as much credibility as he could in order to tempt Lawrence into buying up silver coins. If Lawrence was right, Zarin had been hired by another party to buy up silver coins. Whoever it was wanted to collect silver as discreetly as possible. The best way to collect a particular currency without attracting any attention would be to hire merchants to do it for you. Appealing to their self-interest, merchants who stood to profit by buying up silver currency would not want to share information with others, and would naturally be extremely careful. Then you could just wait for an opportune moment and smoothly take over the collected currency, accomplishing your goal without influencing the marketplace or tipping anybody off. It was a common technique for buying up commodity in advance of a higher price. The really clever part of this plan was if the silver currency fell, merchants would want to unload their silver in order to minimize their losses. This would make taking over their silver holdings far from difficult, and pride would keep the merchants who sustained losses from admitting that they invested in silver currency. It was a perfect plan for collecting coinage without anyone knowing. The massive scale of the plan could yield obscene profits. At least, the profits mentioned in the stories about such plans were stupendous. Lawrence chuckled in spite of himself. You figured something out, have you? Said Hodo. Let's go. Where? Lawrence had already started jogging away. He turned to Hodo, impatient. The Malone Company. That's how this plan works. The more depreciating silver currency that can be bought up, the more profit there will be. Once he discovered the motivation behind someone's plan, he could profit from it. And the bigger the plan, the better. There we go. That is where I will end today. That is the end of chapter 3. Ugh. So, what do you all think so far? Okay. Who should we raid today?
She lights in the silence. She grabbed my hand, asked me what I think about the house lighting in the woods. My life will never go on without you. Although feels like falling down in the tears. I know I still remember
But still. So, thank you all for being here. Fucking, I love the fact that I'm able to actually share a story that I love with everybody. To revisit some books I haven't read in years, and eventually we'll pass a point where I actually stopped reading. So eventually the content will be new to everybody here as well as myself. I hope that I am currently doing them justice. And well, I'll have to figure out, see if there's a way that I can download the VOD. And then try uploading those to YouTube, per your suggestion, Knox. So. Glad to have you guys here, because it's such a fucking joy. Thank you all. Take care, everybody. Let's go and raid. Actually, I need to talk to this person more anyways. Let's go ahead and raid Azumi. Raid. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hanging out. And may you all have a good day, night, whatever it might be for y'all. And until next time. Take care. And boop.